Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarskrek Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarskrekRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida Kart Racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLKC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars. Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30, with in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead follow on-track sessions. Each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney.
Good afternoon here at the beautiful Quaker City Motorsports Park here in Salem, Ohio. My name's Alexander Searle. Alongside me, a face that maybe a lot of you haven't seen in quite some time on our broadcasts, obviously doing a lot of the production behind the scenes, Emery, joining us every Tuesday after national events on Grid Talk. But Emery Lida, welcome back to being on air with us.
Yeah, it feels really nice. Feels a little bit hot. I mean, back out here, it's a new track for Stars, round 3 of the season. I mean, we've had 2 amazing races so far, and I have to say, I mean, through 2 practices, working on our 3rd, getting ready for the pro show here with Pro OKN and Pro Stars. I mean, this track's been fun. It's fun to be back out here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the day brings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've had a pretty good chance to walk around the entire paddock all morning long, watching as much as I can on track, but obviously off track as well, just chatting up with the drivers, because I think this is a rare occurrence for us, right? You and I, Emery, have been to most racetracks around the country, driven on them. This is the first time that I can think of, probably dating back to Loxahatchee at Piquet, at a racetrack to which we have arrived to and we have not driven on before. So this is a new, occurrence for us, let alone the drivers. So I've spent a lot of the morning kind of learning what the build-up's been like, what they've been kind of figuring out around the racetrack. Obviously, we've heard from a lot of drivers. Some of the things that you've seen, Emery, obviously being on the production side, you got a chance to kind of watch a decent amount of the drivers go around the circuit. I mean, obviously I've spoke to a lot of them, but I want to hear it from you visually. This week, they have put a lot of rhino liner down in most of the corners around the surface. Obviously, it started to crack up a little bit, so they wanted to smoothen it out again. That added grip to the racetrack. What have you seen visually from a lot of the drivers so far today?
Yeah, I mean, first off, the obvious one is there's been a fair amount of grip flips. The most notable being one with Finnegan Bailiff in the 2nd session for OKN Stars that we caught on camera. Got a good replay of that one. And I mean, you look through the grid, at least 6 or 7 that I've seen have had those grip flips. And more than that, when you're on the tarmac at MCC, so there's no exact comparison. I think you have to take a lot of the kind of ride comparisons to maybe a bumpier track out there, like I think maybe a little bit of Trackhouse and somewhat of Newcastle, and you also have to combine that as well with some of the rhino liner and the grip tendencies of MCC. So there's no easy answer, and I think the fun part about all of this is there's no team out there, there's no driver out there that has a comfortable setup through 2 sessions or 3 sessions in the semi-pro classes, just because even if they tested last week, even if they've been on a track like this, it's still a whole new thing, and especially with gearing, with the engine side of things as well. I mean, there's a lot to learn and not a lot of time to gather that data.
Yeah, and I think specifically talking about the pro classes, right? Obviously, OKN Stars are out there right now. I think as you start to get higher up into the speed, higher up into the grip levels of these go-karts, OKN Stars, Pro Stars, I think qualifying is going to be so important. Speaking to a lot of the drivers, they said, listen, track position is as key as it's been all year long. It's been difficult to pass even in the practice sessions. We're going to see, I think, a lot more usage of the front bumper potentially. I was joking with Gavin Bailiff. We might have to go sell some more bumper run t-shirts this weekend, he was saying. But yeah, that's all part of it. What would you kind of be searching for here, Emery? You're out there, practice 3. You've been out there 2 practices already. This is the final practice of the day before you go out for qualifying. I mean, are you trying to go out there by yourself and kind of dial it in? Are you seeing how your kart compares to everybody else? What's kind of your strategy going to this one if you're out there?
I mean, it's a new track. It's the final session before qualifying. And for a lot of these guys, it's either their first new tire run or their first representative new tire run on a track that they now have a couple sessions of information on. So I think you have to be dialed in for qualifying. Like you mentioned, track position is going to be critical. Watching the practices, there's not a lot of easy overtaking opportunities, especially in the higher speed categories and especially on the shifter side of things. So I think it's trying to find the right new tire balance. And for some of these guys, again, that haven't been out there on new tires through the first 2 sessions, you're coming into it kind of blind. You don't know how it's going to react, what sort of pressures you're going to want to be on. So I think for me, this one has got to be focusing on qualifying, and then after that, you can maybe sort of dial in more of a used tire setup, a little bit more of a kind of reference for later on the weekend and especially tomorrow.
I'm down here on the grid right now. We've had a good chance to talk about what we've seen visually, but why don't we talk to one of the drivers that's actually been out there so far today and give us a decent idea of what we can expect here for the final practice and into qualifying. Here with Eli Fox. Eli, obviously you've been out there 2 sessions. What have you kind of learned so far?
This track is extremely rough, very fast, super fun. The rhino liner in some spots makes it pretty interesting, and the elevation makes it even more interesting as well as some of the off-camera stuff, but just making small adjustments. We've actually unloaded fairly decent. Learning the track. We've been faster every session and just try to improve on that,
visually, this looks like one of the tougher racetracks you guys have been to on a, on a KZ package. I mean, is that what it feels like for you guys? I feel like I'm seeing
what they have underneath them for kind of the support compared to other teams. It's a real grassroots type of operation that punches way above their weight. And I mean, Eli's a guy, a lot of rough track experience, a lot of versatility. This, in theory, plays into his strengths a little bit. I think we've seen that a little bit so far today.
Yeah, I want to touch on what I was referencing with Eli about the gear ratios. I mean, I feel like it's normal, right? We're going to a track that no one's been to, especially in the KZ package. And, most tracks that you go to, you kind of have an idea of, what ratios you want to choose. If you want to kind of roll with the taller gear, the shorter gears. I hear a lot of guys, try to go that second to sixth route, right? You try to roll second gear. It means they're kind of not having to get onto the binders as much, or there's certain guys that are trying to, rock the first to fifth gear, the taller ratios, a little bit, more on the chip, should I say, at the end of the straightaways, trying to bang out fifth gear. But I'd say compared to most tracks we've been to, it seems like that's been the biggest question mark, kind of with all the teams in the KZ side of things.
Yeah, I think it's similar to a Vegas weekend in that sense, right? You come into the racetrack, you have a few sessions to get everything dialed in, and a lot of times with the street courses and with tracks that people have never been to, there's a couple different philosophies. I think with this one in particular, with some of the longer corners, you kind of have to prioritize. Do you want to suffer a little bit on the exit with a bit of a higher ratio, or do you want to suffer a little bit more on the entrance to the corner? I got that wrong. With a lower ratio, or do you want to suffer a little bit more on the entrance to the corner with a higher ratio? There's a little bit of a trade-off there. I think in Vegas, we oftentimes see, even under the same tent, the first 2 or 3 sessions of the weekend, they'll go out with different ratio specs, they'll utilize different gears and kind of get that dialed in. So I think, with this track, 2 sessions on the board. The third one, I think, finally starting to get some guys in a, more kind of traditional pattern of what they're going to go with for the actual race. But, it's still a guessing game for a lot of these guys with the gears.
For me, as much as I have driven basically every racetrack around the country, karting-wise, I've never actually driven on a racetrack that utilizes the Rhino Liner patching, especially what we're seeing this weekend in such a short notice. With your experience around Rhino Liner on multiple racetracks throughout the last couple of years, Emery, what's kind of the strategy, what's the approach to certain corners in that situation?
First off, I'm probably the last person you want to ask about success on Rhino Liner tracks, but I think as a whole, you have to focus on sort of being able to roll a lot of speed without overdriving the entry. And with Rhino Liner, it punishes you for having too much wheel input. That's one of the things I think you see in general with the higher speed categories, where you have to be really smooth on entry, but especially with Rhino Liner, it does not like when you try to really grip the cart through the corner on entry and kind of overuse that wheel. So I think with that being said, you have to make sure the cart isn't unsettled. You have a lot of grip at your disposal. The track gives you so much artificial grip that you might not be used to. So it's tempting to kind of try to send it as much as you can, but if you're going to do that, you have to relax the hands, focus on smooth entries, and really prioritize the roll speed as opposed to maybe the entry speed, which I think is something that catches a lot of drivers out.
Well, what's the difference then in setup? Because I've heard some drivers say the approach is a little bit sooner on the brakes, lighter on the brakes, roll the speed in. I've heard some guys say, listen, charge into the corner hard, point and shoot. Is there a difference in setup in that way?
Yeah, different drivers are going to have different things. Also, the size of the driver and the equipment that they're on changes that as well. Some carts, very responsive front noses, you can afford to kind of get away with charging the corner like that. Other cart entry speed depending on the cart. I've
also noticed a couple of times with the corners that do have the Rhino Liner in it, the placement of it varies corner to corner. There's certain instances where it's almost towards the middle of the racetrack, and I've seen drivers in the shifter category that can kind of get away with a shallower line, avoid it completely. Some guys obviously opting to kind of ride it out and rest their right or left side tires on the Rhino Liner. I think it's all preference. It's all dependent on setup. And a lot of drivers that I've spoken to this morning asked, what do you think of the racetrack? I just want honest opinions from everybody. The ones that are struggling are saying, listen, too much grip, we're struggling on the bumps. The ones that are loving the racetrack are the ones that are actually free enough that are getting the rotation they need. And so that's, again, as expected, right? If you're happy, you're going to enjoy the racetrack. If you're not happy, well, you're probably not going to have as much of a time as somebody that's, not as in an issue with the grip. So that's going to be the biggest thing. You talk about new tires, Emery. everyone out here that I've pretty much got my eyes on for the most part here in the shifter category. Maybe a couple drivers opted not to.
Fury doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I don't think either Eli Fox or Charlie Steins has news on, but most of the drivers do. From when I walked the grid, practice 2 onward, I saw the OKN Stars and the Pro Stars guys elect to go on new. So like you said, this is probably the second run of the day for most of these guys on new tires. The first one that's going to be probably the most optimal of the day so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the first session is kind of a baseline session. You kind of get used to the track grip. You get used to some of the characteristics. I look back at a guy like Brent Cruz behind us or Andrew Budoso, both of them back in the seat. Wildly different experiences, wildly different things that they've been doing. But in both cases, I mean, for them, it's not just understanding the track, it's understanding the equipment, kind of getting back acclimated to the kart full-time in a racing seat. So, I mean, they've got even more to learn as we get ready for the push-off here. I mean, as much as the first session on new tires might have been a valuable data gathering piece, this is going to be the first session, I think, where you really get to understand the kart at its max potential, at its max grip. Now knowing with 2 sessions that you understand the kart pretty well, the track pretty well. I mean, for most guys, you know, they get into the 3rd session on a new track, they've understood the breaking points. They might make a mistake here and there, but for them, this is finally where I think we're going to see the speed start to be dialed in.
Obviously, Brent Cruz being a local to North Carolina, where you're from, Emery, I mean, how much testing, if you know, has he done kind of behind the scenes to get ready for this weekend?
I mean, he's been in a shifter kart a couple of times over the last couple of weeks. I saw that, but other than that, I mean, he was back in a kart for the first time in 6 months, 3 weeks ago at a local race running KA Senior with Ryan Perry. He was 8/10 off the pace on Friday of practice. Told me, and I quote, that he did not want to be here running 8/10 off the pace. So you go from that in a KA, obviously it's Brent Cruz. He knows how to drive. He figured it out pretty quickly. But in 3 weeks, you go from that to now racing against one of the most stacked shifter fields that we've seen all weekend or all year long. It's definitely a bit of a curve, even for someone as talented as he has been. And as much as he's had some testing, some preparation for this in the last week or two, it's definitely not enough to compare with the guys like Ian Quinn that have been out here absolutely pounding laps for the last few weeks.
Emery, you're an odds guy, right? What do you give? What are the odds you give Brent Cruz this weekend at let's say a top 5?
Man, put me on the spot on that one. I'd say we'll give him a solid plus 120. I think 50-50 odd. You look at the shifter field this year, there's 5 or 6 guys that have been...
It was a couple months ago, and he was, I mean, it was, I want to say like 30 pounds above the weight. So I'm hoping it's less than that for Andrew this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gotten down to the weight, I think he can be very competitive. And again, I mean, it's a physical track. You know he's got AJ's data. He has AJ's kind of expertise as well. The two of them can work well together. So I wouldn't put it past Andrew. I also wouldn't put it past the guy we just saw passing by us there, Justin White. I mean, I look at Loxahatchee a couple years ago, back when he was on in the Rok Senior category, a track that he did really well at relative to the rest of his runs. And I would say 1-to-1 comparison, bumpy track, long corners. I think Loxahatchee, I think this track. Justin White, again, another guy with a lot of pace in practice too. I think we've seen it so far this weekend. I think I'm excited to see what he can do over the course of the next couple of days.
Talk about a kid who making the jump up here to the KZ category. How about Forrest Adams? I mean, obviously, quite a curveball to throw out the young kid here to go out there and say, here, go run KZ at a racetrack you've never been to with a lot of guys that have a lot of experience. I mean, what do you kind of take to his debut so far, two sessions in?
Yeah, it's been very impressive. And Forrest is a guy, I mean, this is something we've been understanding is going to happen at some point. I mean, he's been testing the KZ for almost a year at this point. A lot of laps around Trackhouse Motorplex, but Trackhouse, different animal to this. You know, Trackhouse is one of those places that you can run 5-6 sessions in a day, even in a shifter, and not be completely worn out. Whereas this, I mean, a lot more physical demands, longer corners. You have the Istanbul Turn 8 recollection back on the backside of the track with a sweeper. So it is throwing Forrest into the fire for sure, but we know he has a talent. We've seen him run a shifter, and I think for a kid that's only 14 years old to jump into the seat, I mean, he's done impressive so far in the first couple of sessions, and this is very much a learning opportunity and one that I fully expect him to be at least in contention to run somewhere in the midfield over the course of this weekend.
Do you think this is the weekend that AJ Myers gets it done finally on a year where he's had the pace above most throughout the weekends, and it seems like whenever we come to Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, it tends to fall away? Is this the weekend he gets it done?
We'll have to see. I mean, it's one of those things where you, again, for AJ, new track, we know that he can be fast on new tracks. He is very good at temporary circuits, and this is not a temporary circuit, but the idea of having to build up to it at the start of the weekend remains the same. It's a strength that he's had dating back to his days in the senior categories and the single speed categories in the mid-2010s. So for AJ, this is an opportunity for him against the guys like a Jay Irwin or Justin White that maybe he's lacked a little bit in comparison to at some point. So I think this is an opportunity for AJ, but at the same time, for a guy like Adrian Rindeden, who comes to the States, I mean, off of his first national win the last time we saw him at King of the Castle in Stars, it's a level playing field for him compared to some of the guys that he's had to be at a disadvantage to in terms of understanding the tracks as of late. So as much as a chance for AJ, I think the competitors like Reneden are definitely also on a level playing field.
Well, I think Reneden's also gotten used to the racetracks we have over here in the States compared to what he's used to in Europe, where it's a little bit more artificial level grip at some of the tracks that he's been to so far this year. It seems like every single track that he's been to, besides like a Newcastle, for example, is utilizing more the Rhinoliner style of, adding grip to the racetrack. Is Reneden in front of us there almost loses it, drops the tire. Again, not the first time we've seen drivers do it, won't be the last, and for a driver of his caliber to make mistakes shows you how hard they're pushing, for one, and two, it shows you how difficult this racetrack is. I mean, I think that downhill double right-hander, Emery, and then you climb the hill towards the right-left chicane is one of the trickiest, most physical complexes that I've seen for the shifter guys all year.
Not just that, but I mean, you look at the double right. I watched Max Weiland drop it there in OKN-J on the first session. I saw Diego Ramos almost lose it in the second session for OKN. It is a tricky challenge because you have no front grip on entry, and then you get to the center of the corner off camber and the kart just wants to break out on you, out of position. I think it's one of the more fascinating things about this weekend.
Well, again, I asked you, is this the weekend for AJ Myers? He tops the board with a 1:05.36. Obviously, we're only 3 practices in. We have an entire weekend still to go, but a good weekend, a good start to the weekend for AJ Myers. And I mentioned it, right? And this is how the year's been for AJ. He starts out really quick, Saturday goes out really quick, and then it tends to be either that last session on the Saturday or that new tire run on the Sunday where it tends to go away for the Magic Man. Hopefully this weekend, for his sake, will be a little bit different. Ian Quinn obviously going out P2 here in final practice.
4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jaroskrek, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJaroskrek.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I went to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
And you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all of the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping. Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there? Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars. Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to KA100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson threw on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarsekrak Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarsekrak, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarsekrakRacing.com.
you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back here to Quaker City Motorsports Park here in Salem, Ohio. And after this quick 10-minute break, we're back with the final round of practice for the rest of the crew, starting with OKN Masters. And we're greeted with some darker clouds than what we saw 15 minutes ago. And small raindrops here and there. It won't affect the surface at all because it's probably going to evaporate before it hits the ground. But that being said, if it does happen to rain, Emery, what can we expect out there?
Well, a whole lot of unknown, a little bit of chaos. You'd rather this happen in a final practice than in a race for sure, but I mean, I highly doubt anyone's driven significant laps around this place in the rain. We don't know how the surface is going to be. I mean, Rhino Liner can be incredibly difficult to drive in the rain. And I mean, by the looks of it, it seems like we might be in the clear, at least for today. But over the course of the weekend, with high humidity, with what the forecast looks like, we might see this kind of test where suddenly a pop-up shower comes in and makes it difficult. And I think these master drivers out here give them a lot of experience in the go-kart, but man, I mean, you get a brand new track, no clue how it's going to react. In a lot of cases, on a dry setup, if a pop-up shower appears, it'll be chaos.
Let's talk about the KA package, a package you're familiar with more even than I am. And again, most racetracks that we go to, you have the lower horsepower classes, you have your micro, your mini, you go up to KA, even in the senior categories, and we're used to seeing more draft-style racing, where even if you're a couple tenths off, you can be in the ballpark. Around this racetrack, Emery, it seems like we're going to expect a little bit more field spread.
Yeah, that's what it seems like based off of the times. We're seeing 2-3 tenths at the front of the field between drivers. I think that's something, it'll get compacted together a little bit as drivers get more used to the track, as they kind of iron out some of those mistakes. But certainly, it's way more technical than a lot of the tracks we go to. I mean, think of like a K1 circuit or a Newcastle. A lot less technical, less tight sections, less long radius corners. All those things combined make it more difficult to pass and kind of be right up there together in a pack. And I think especially today, tomorrow, into the heat races, you're going to see it a lot more of a field spread. And, you know, for guys in KA racing that oftentimes can kind of get away with sort of racing through the pack after qualifying poorly, it's not going to have that lifeline. And with one big field as well, with the two groups merged together now for both KA classes, I mean, if you have a poor qualifying run later tomorrow morning, it's going to be extremely difficult to overcome with what we know so far about this track.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I spoke with Jared Clark earlier this morning after his first practice, and then again after his second practice, because I was curious to see the progression of the racetrack, and I want to hear from the same guy. And I asked Jared, you know, you talking about what's it going to be like, what are the keys to the racetrack? He said, listen, first of all, I went out there practice one, I was too timid. I was braking for corners that are actually flat out around this racetrack. Knowing that and visually watching it, I think the minimum speeds around this racetrack through most corners with the Rhino Liner, with some banked corners, even with the off-camera stuff, the roll speed is higher than what we're used to seeing. And then that's going to kind of play into effect passing opportunities, right? The higher the minimum speed, the tougher it is to pull out and make a pass, especially if we do get some pack racing. So that's going to be another factor that I think thrown into it all is qualifying, no matter what category you're in, is going to be key. I think the lower in horsepower you go, obviously there's going to be more draft. Micro and mini, I think it's going to have a much bigger play on these long straightaways and even into turn number 1 versus even the KAs, which are going to have a little bit less, and obviously the OKN Stars and the Pro Stars. I think that's where we're going to start to see, the drivers start to stretch their legs a little bit.
Absolutely, and I think the other thing too is a lot of the overtaking opportunities, you lose a lot of time. That was one of the key things I learned both from the onboard and from watching some of the sessions early this morning is, you watch guys make passes and they're having to really disrupt their momentum, especially when it comes to the downhill right-handed double right section, when it comes to the sweeper back on the backside of the track. I mean, there's only a couple opportunities where you're going to make passes and not lose more than 1/10 of a second. And, in races, and especially in KA and these micro mini classes, when you get into a situation where you're having to lose 4 or 5 tenths, that can be the difference between, racing in the lead pack and you make a pass for 4th and suddenly you're a second off the podium and those guys are drafting ahead of you. So you're going to have to be a lot more patient. I think racecraft, even if the track doesn't necessarily have as many passing opportunities and kind of as much of a racy sort of background to it, you're going to see racecraft is going to be so important in putting yourself in the right situations to not lose a lot of time and kind of not lose the pack is going to be very important.
Yeah, racetrack right now, really quickly. I just want to highlight a couple of drivers that are kind of standing out. Andy Kutcher, top of the board. John Bonanno, points leader. P2 8,000ths of a second off. So again, from practice 1 through practice 3 now in all classes, like you mentioned, the field spread was a little bit larger, but it looks like now as drivers get more comfortable, and naturally the KA class is still low enough in horsepower to where the draft plays a bit of an effect. I'm looking out on my screen, out on the fence line here, and again, I'm seeing Andy Kutcher kind of get a bit of a tow. John Bonanno is leading the train. It could play a little bit of a factor in the different lap times that we're seeing with Kutcher getting the tow off of John Bonanno, but again, as drivers get more comfortable, naturally, like you said, the field spread's going to get closer. One driver that kind of I want to highlight, not in this class, but brought up a good point to me this morning. After Pro Stars practice number 2, I spoke to Saracino. He was P2 in that practice, and again, he's been really quick all morning. And I asked Vincenzo, what racetrack that's making you so fast? He said, listen, he feels as though he's a driver that gets used to the track quicker than most. But then the issue comes when the other drivers get used to the racetrack, match up to him pretty quickly, and then surpass kind of the progress that he's able to make. So with that, I think that's the game that a lot of drivers are facing, where if you're a driver that's used to racetracks earlier than others, you got to stay ahead of the ballpark. You can't just afford to say, all right, we're faster than others by 5/10, let's, not try something new. And that, I feel like, kind of plagues a couple of drivers, but leads me to my next point. Talk about teams that show up maybe with a couple of drivers under the tent for one class versus teams that show up with 1 or 2 drivers. How much of a factor does that play into learning a new track?
It's a huge advantage, both on the team side and the individual side. When you have a team with 8 or 9 guys, I think of what BJR is going to have in KA in a little bit. You think even in the cadet categories with Ryan Perry Motorsports and Nitro Kart, it's a pretty big advantage to have 4 or 5 different drivers that you can run different setups with. You can kind of experiment with different corners. And at the end of the session, you can go into the trailer, look at the data, look at the videos, and kind of assess, hey, this driver's doing this right. This driver's got a taller gear on and it's working well. Or hey, we went out 3 pounds lower on pressure on this kart and still were able to retain the speed early on in the session. So there's big advantages compared to racing as a privateer or only having maybe 2 karts under the tent, where you just you have more manpower, you have more opportunity to be creative with setups, and as a driver, I think it gives you more confidence to have teammates that hey, even if I don't get this corner right away, even if I'm 2 tenths off here, I know that one of my teammates has done it correctly, and I can go in, get the right coaching, get the right data, and the next session, correct it. I think especially with the younger drivers that are maybe not as used to acclimating to new tracks and kind of learning new environments, this is so important. With this Microsoft class, he's been rough around the edges this year. You look through the races, you look at kind of he's been rough around the edges this year. You look through the races, you look at kind of some of the downsides of them on qualifying, but man, I mean, the racecraft, the pace has just been phenomenal. Firstly, I mean, working with Aiden Levy all year long has been phenomenal for him. You look at another guy there, like you mentioned with Brody Stoffel, the other kind of main championship protagonist, the winner from round number 2. He's also developed a lot with the racecraft side, and I think in both of their cases, getting the reps and the live reps, the chance to race against guys like a Lennox Lockhart, working with someone like you over the course of the year, it helps a lot to kind of have competition. It's one of those iron sharpens iron situations where You know, maybe you have a bad qualifying, maybe you have a bad heat race, but when you get the chance to race against these guys 4 sessions a weekend, all year long, what you see come July and August, and especially into Supernats, is completely different than what you saw early in the season. And I've been very impressed with the Slate Hero, with Brody Stoffel, and also with Linux as well. You know, the guys that have been up at the front of the micro slip category, to me, have been super impressive with how they've developed.
You and I kind of had this conversation briefly earlier today about how strong I feel like our younger contingent is, right? The micro, the minis are as good as I've ever seen the class be, and I mean, I'd compare it to anything we see over there in Europe as well. There's a reason why whenever the kids from here on the stateside go to the European side, they're just as quick, if not faster, and they're going out there and being dominant. Zane Burgess, Josh Bergman, you know, Wynn Godchuk going out there being quick as well, right? So here in the States, I mean, I think our younger kid contingent is as good as ever. The biggest difference into what makes drivers like Brody, Lennox, Slate, just to name a few, race winners this year so far, like I said, is the racecraft. Because we've had a wide variety of pole sitters throughout the year in every single series we've been to. Not a lot of variation in the winners, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in micro, you kind of see the most variance in racecraft. And it's something that I've talked a lot over the years with some of the kids that have grown up in Trackhouse or in Mooresville, where you kind of see the first year you run up front in micro, the first half a year, you know, you have opportunities, you qualify on pole, you run up front in a heat race, but inevitably the kids with more experience, the kids that kind of have that racecraft edge always seem to win. Whereas in bigger classes, there's a bit more kind of result variance. In these kind of younger classes, you see it takes a few months, a few races, a few opportunities at the front of the field to sort of get into it. And I think it's a huge advantage that we have in the US in particular, compared to some other countries where like you have so many kids that, whether they be in micro or mini, they're getting live reps all throughout the US, all throughout the season to kind of race each other. And so they show up to Europe, and even if their pace isn't that much different than some of these other guys they're racing against, they're able to kind of hold their own with their racecraft. And again, I think the young categories, the cadet categories, is one of the biggest strengths that we have in America right now. And I think it's a pleasure that we've been able to kind of highlight guys both on the micro side, like you mentioned, with the Slates, the Linuxes, the Stoffels, Hudson Howard as well, another guy that's had a lot of success this year, and then also a mini as well. I mean, Zane Burgess having a good year, Maxwell Macha, Santi Orioli, Jaden Francisco especially. Like, you go down the list, there's so many talented young drivers, and all of it I think stems from, even if you're not quite there racecraft-wise, by the end of the season, you get enough reps, you're going to be there.
I got to say, standing here on the fence line, I want to say this is corner 9, 10, 11, this final section of the racetrack, and that double right when you climb back the hill for that final chicane. These younger drivers with obviously the shorter wheelbase are hitting that bump on the entry to turn 10, and it's upsetting the go-kart more than I've seen the bigger chassis do. Next time around, let's keep an eye on, the entire field rolling through there. And again, I know it's lap 1, lap 2, they're getting the heat of the tires, getting, again, used to the racetrack that they're still kind of probably getting acclimated to. It's only practice number 4 for these young kids. And again, the younger you are, probably in certain cases, probably tougher to learn the racetrack. You don't have the experience that a lot of these guys do in junior, senior, masters have. But again, through this part of the racetrack, it's probably the toughest part of the entire circuit that we've kind of spoken about, right? The first right off camber into a long right-hander that helps you climb the hill. And if you're just offline, you'll catch the rhino liner at the wrong points. You'll just miss the corner here. We're following Brody Stoffel at the moment here. And again, big bump there, pretty smooth with the hands. Hudson Howard behind him as well. Again, big bump. If you catch it wrong, you're opposite lock, like I saw a couple kids in lap number 1. Obviously, the tires come into effect. But again, on entry, when you have a big bump like that, it kind of reminds me of what we saw at St. Pete a couple years ago at the Rock side of things, where it just makes the kart really upset on entry.
Yeah, not just that too, but I think in the cadet categories in general, it's a lot more difficult to sort of get used to understeer. It's one of the things that when you're driving a cadet kart, so responsive, so much kind of turn in, to have a corner where it naturally induces understeer off camber, that makes it so much more difficult. And I think, like, for them to be able to master this track, you have to get that downhill right, double right section correct. And I mean, it's going to take time. It's going to take a lot of experience for those guys. And I mean, we're seeing session by session them continue to get better.
Well, let's talk to a guy here down on the grid who has quite a bit of experience around a lot of different racetracks here. Jordan Musser, really quickly here, I want to ask you a question. I saw you kind of joking online. We posted the track map. You said, my neck hurts here at the hotel. How are we feeling now after a couple sessions?
The grip level's pretty high, and then you add in the bumps, it's exactly what I thought it was going to be. It's a very challenging circuit. I would say one thing I didn't expect is there's not a lot of deep braking. It's a lot of same corner speed. So you go from one corner to the next within 5 miles an hour. So it's not as aggressive on the throttle and braking, But as far as transitions, lateral transitions go, it's probably tougher than I thought it was going to be.
So how does that kind of play into how you guys set up the gear ratios around this place?
That is actually what we're working on. I think you can run anywhere from almost a 5-speed to running a super short ratio. You don't shift very much. If you think on a tight track, like, so you shift a lot, but I think what we're finding is try to find the gear ratio, let you shift the least is the key to going fast.
Lastly here, what can you kind of expect around this place, how it's going to race?
Unfortunately, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, I'm not sure real well. Even in practice, it's been a little bit difficult. I think the corners being kind of the same speed, so not a lot of braking zones, and then there being, like at the end of the front straight here right in front of us, that little kink before you go in the braking zone. I'm sure it's a fantastic track for just driving, but I don't think it's going to race too well, so qualifying will be key.
Thank you, Jordan.
All right, thank you guys.
Jordan kind of confirming what we just spoke about, Emery, where qualifying is going to be key in the shifter class, and he mentioned it even with most classes, right? I think it's going to be tougher to pass than normal, but anytime you add gears into the mix, it's going to be tough to pass.
Absolutely, and again, the mid-speed corners for shifters seems to be a bit of a weak point, especially without the braking zones, less sending opportunities. I know a lot of people like to say, oh, dirty air this, dirty air that, doesn't really exist in karting. I do think it's a little bit of a factor on the shifter side of things, and we've seen it so far this year in these the long radius corners. I mean, think F1 terms, right? Istanbul, notorious for dirty air in that long turn 8. You get back into the turn 11 sweeper here on the back section, it is absolutely difficult to get used to. You're going to have it kind of take away passing opportunities. And not just that, but again, to Jordan's point too, there's not a lot of shifting. Like, as much as the kind of gear ratio is a point of discussion, there's a lot of this track that you kind of run in the same sort of speed zone. And so, I mean, I think for these guys, and even for the single speed as well, especially in OKN, like, it's going to be hard to set up passes. You know, corner to corner, it's not a real, like, traditional flowy track, like, again, like a Newcastle that we just went to, where you can kind of set something up from 4 corners back. There's a lot of kind of mid-speed, right, long corners that don't really kind of pertain themselves to natural racing sections. So I see Jordan's point. I do think we're going to get some good racing in some of the slower categories. Shifter, though, going to be a very technical battle.
You bring up the OKN side, so you want to keep talking about the gear ratios. I think it's interesting, right? Because obviously we know the OKN package, notorious for obviously being a quick engine on the straight lines, but obviously notorious for being on the chip a little bit longer than, say, an X30 or obviously a KA, right? So with that, setting up the go-kart is going to be vital. Talking to a bunch of the OKN stars throughout the day, I kind of asked them, you know, what baseline setup did y'all roll out of the gate with? A lot of them said, you know, MCC, some of them said Newcastle, and actually speaking to a couple of the guys in OKN and OKN-J, they said, listen, we're only maybe a tooth high going to run at a Newcastle Park. I know one driver is actually going out there and pretty much being equivalent gear ratio-wise to Newcastle, so I was a little surprised. I think it shows you how long the straights are and how quick this racetrack is, to Jordan's point. But I do think the low enough speed corners around this place, you can almost get away with a slightly higher gear knowing that everyone's going to be in the chip anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also, I mean, ultimately you're running so much of this track kind of on off throttle, but not necessarily like heavy braking zone. And especially in OKN, like, that's where the speed really rolls away, is when you get into the slow corners. Think about the speed differential between a shifter and an OKN. At Charlotte, you're talking half a second. A lot of mid-speed corners, a lot of kind of windy sections, not a whole lot of start and stop sections. So in this case, in OKN in particular, I think the gear ratio is surprisingly going to be similar, like you mentioned, and like kind of what they've been finding out over the course of the day. But with that said, even if the gear ratio is the same, even if the setup might be vaguely similar, the challenges are so much different than a Newcastle or even than a Charlotte. And I mean, again, I think I think in particular as well, like with the OKN-J situation, where last year, class first year in development, only about 9 drivers consistently running it. This year, you know, a lot more drivers joining the challenge, a lot of them having never driven a direct drive. I mean, it's learning. You know, that's the name of the game so far today. It's the name of the game of this track. And I think for them too, you're getting into a more physical track, a more bumpy track, one that has more mid-speed corners than I think they've probably ever had in this package. I mean, for the senior guys, for the shifter guys, maybe they have some experience with this sort of racetrack, but for the OKN-J, I mean, you're kind of going in blind, only 3 sessions to learn it. I think the qualifying we're going to see in about an hour is going to be really fascinating to watch.
Well, from direct drive, talking about OKN, OKN-J, to the guys that bang the gears as good as everybody else, the Pro Master guys go out there right now. But I want to highlight really quickly Micro Swift off the racetrack. We know Jaden Francisco is quick in the Mini. Liam Francisco is actually one of the tops of the board here for the final practice. So how about that for the improvement for that young kid? He's gotten better and better every single race weekend, Emery.
Absolutely. His cousin not his brother. That's
cousin.
it's a very important distinction to make. But I mean, he's been improving a lot under the Nitro 10. A lot of very fast opportunities for him. And again, with Micro, you know, it takes a few races, it takes some experience, but the more they get used to this kind of track, this sort of challenges, you're going to see them up front. Now, the racecraft side of it, a different story. Will he be able to stay up there when we get into Heat 1, Heat 2, Pre-Final, and Final tomorrow? We'll have to see. But for now, super impressive stuff for the other Francisco on the grid.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, Jaden back-to-back so far. He's swept the year here at Stars, whether it's Charlotte, Newcastle. He's looking to go and complete the trifecta later on this weekend. It'll be challenging. The mini Swift class is as good as ever. But the Pro Rock guys are out there right now. And again, I think Musser brought up great points. He kind of highlighted everything we were speaking about all throughout the day so far, where it's, you know, mid to high speed throughout the racetrack. There's really 1 to 2 low speed corners you can get away with utilizing kind of a higher gear ratio, just because, again, you're only going to be in those low speeds, you know, 1 or 2 times, you know, a lap here for the shifter guys. So, but you heard from Musser, right? As much as you said, Emery, we're in the mid to high speeds. The gear ratio shouldn't be as much of a factor. I still think it is. I know Gavin Bailiff told me this morning. He said there's certain corners where you don't really know if you can roll 5th or if you have to go down the 4th. Obviously, if you have to go down a gear mid-corner, you're going to have to slow the speed down. It's going to get rotation, maybe over-rotate the cart. So I still think the shifter guys probably have it the roughest of everybody here to kind of figure things out, but it also makes it fun for us to watch.
Yeah, 100%. And even when it feels like it's pretty straightforward, at least in terms of a driving standpoint, there's still going to be bits and pieces you're having to pick up throughout the weekend. I think in Bailiff's case, like, you have to sacrifice somewhere. It's like I mentioned earlier. You're either going to be in 5th at one point or 4th in the other, and either way you're giving up some part of the corner. And so that's a challenge. I think this KA junior category is going to be extremely interesting to watch as well, because one thing that I noticed at Newcastle was we were able to see 4 or 5 teeth worth of difference in gear ratio, and as such, the raceability of it changed considerably. I think we see the same thing here with kind of different track profiling, and I'm excited to see how that plays out. It makes what could be more of a boring race into maybe you gain the chance to make more overtakes with that gear disparity, Alex.
Yeah, well, let's talk to some of these young kids here. How about the guy that showed up to the grid first? So when you show up to the grid first, Nate, you have to get interviewed. That's the rule that I just made up on the spot here. So how are we feeling this weekend so far?
It's been pretty good so far. Struggling a little bit on setup, but yeah, I mean, it's going well. We were here 2 weeks ago, I think. We tested for 1 day, didn't get much sleep the night before, so it's kind of tiring. Yeah, no, it's pretty good so far. 16th last session, just lost draft in the last 2 laps. Yeah, things good.
How physical is this racetrack, bud?
This is one of the more physical racetracks I've driven. It's actually gotten better the more go-karts that have been on it, but I'd say it's probably top 3 most physical I've ever driven.
Me and Emery were talking about it this morning, you know, this track being a little bit more about the driver, less about the draft. Do you feel like that's the case, or do you think the draft's still a big factor here for you guys?
I think the draft is still pretty big. You have to be good everywhere, but to keep up with the guy in front of you, it's still going to be at least 3/10.
Thank you, Nate.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Alex. I mean, we're gonna have Max Weiland here on the grid in just 1 second. Max, I mean, you're running 2 categories. We just heard Nate talk about how physical this track is. One of his top 3. You got twice as much effort this weekend. I mean, how are you going to manage the physicality?
I mean, it's just about staying strong and being able to cool down and not working yourself hard too much.
Yeah, I mean, so far we saw a bit of an incident in OKN-J. You look pretty good in the KA side of things. I mean, describe the differences in the 2 categories and trying to figure out sort of what's good and what's not good in both of the 2 packages.
I mean, in OKN-J, there's so much more power, so you got to adjust to that compared to the KA. It's just about seeing what you can do in each and doing the best you can.
And you have one more session to kind of get used to it before qualifying on the KA junior side. And the OKN-J side, we're going to see you on new tires here in a little bit, ripping it for pole position. I mean, what's the strategy heading into qualifying? Is this a draft-heavy track or one where you're going to try to get some clean air?
I'm going to try to get some draft if I can. Well, I'm just going to try to do my best to time a draft and do the best I can.
All right, well, Max Weiland getting set to go out for his final practice here in KA Junior. I mean, this category, so much talent on the grid. I mean, almost a full grid again. We didn't split the groups this time, Alex, but I mean, we're getting set to go for what should be one of the most important final practices of the season. Is this going to set the grid for qualifying? And with what we mentioned about the racing side of things, going to be difficult if you don't get yourself in the fast group for quali.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point there, Emery. I mean, I want to talk to one more driver here down on the grid. John Antonino. John, I mean, first of all, on the OKN-J side of things, you haven't lost a race this year. Obviously, one of them actually counted for you. One of them obviously got taken away at the end of it all. But here in the K side of things, you've also been really quick in the Stars Championship Series. Talk about the racetrack. I mean, I know some of your teammates have been struggling with some grip issues, maybe too much grip. Have you had the same sort of thing?
Yeah, I have. It's been pretty bumpy, and the Rhino seal around this track is really rough, and it grips up in some weird spots, so it causes for some weird stuff that it does to the go-kart, but yeah.
How does that kind of change the approach in terms of your driving style around this place?
Yeah, you just can't drive in as hard, so you just have to be careful because 1 foot wrong and the kart's going to buck you out, so it's just hard.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
You hear good points there from John Antonino, kind of confirming what we talked about, Emery, where I think it's also driving style dependent, maybe driving setup dependent as well, where I've heard some drivers tell me this morning, yeah, you can charge in hard, the Rhino liner is going to bail you out. Some guys like Antonino, where maybe they have a little bit too much grip, you charge in hard, it's going to bite you in the end of the corner.
Yeah, I've never been able to charge in hard with Rhino liner. Always causes some chaos, you know. I think the size, the kart situation, the kart setup kind of plays into that a little bit. A guy like Parker Ives that we're standing next to right here on the grid, you know, probably doesn't have a lot of the size challenges jumping up to the junior category at such a young age for him. But I mean, in general, this track so challenging on a driver. I mean, when talking to Max Weiland with the 2 categories, I spoke to him right before we were kind of live on air, and I mean, it's just the difficulty going back and forth, the physicality of this place, and having to adjust 2 different driving styles. I think it gives, in most of the time when you're on a new track, you would say it's an advantage to run 2 categories, to run kind of both categories, kind of get used to it in 2 different ways. But in this case, I almost give the advantage to someone like a Parker Ives who isn't running both categories, can rest up a little bit, spend more time in the tent looking at data, looking at the video that the team goes over. And I think in those sorts of situations, you kind of want the fresh set of eyes, and you want to be able to kind of fully put that focus on one class. I mean, what do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I'm in agreement, because I think compared to most racetracks that we've been to, obviously the K versus the OKN-J, for example, or even the K to the OKN, same deal, right? Direct drive versus not. And I think the driving style around this racetrack varies quite partially if you're on a single speed versus on a direct drive, right? So for Parker Ives, one, I think the rest, right? For these young kids, yeah, a lot of them are in shape, a lot of them go to the gym, a lot of them work out, and they drive it week in, week out, but it's still tough. It's still physical. I mean, for most drivers that I spoke to after the first practice today, they were huffing and puffing, telling me they had some crazy forearm pumps, right? It's physical out there. And so I think for a kid like Parker Ives, still growing, obviously, growing boy. Again, in the junior class, has the pedals quite far up for him. And again,
look at the lead on that kart. I mean, they were here from Richard Gutierrez, 65 pounds on that go-kart. I mean, we're going to get a view of it right here. I mean, that changes the handling a lot at a place like this.
I mean, just quite simply, compare it to the guy in front of him, Edward Kennedy.
Yeah.
A lot less than 65 pounds on that go-kart, right? So that's going to change the setup.
Yeah, Edward Kennedy has no pounds on the back of that seat. And from Parker's standpoint, that looks to be at least 15 pounds on the back, which that alone, you take all the other weight into consideration as something. But, I mean, even if they were on the same kart, and obviously Edward's on an Energy, Parker's on an OTK, if they were on the same go-kart, you're still completely setting that kart up differently for Parker Ives compared to someone like Nate Golseth, who maybe only has a few pounds on his Ryan Perry Motorsports Tony kart. So, I mean, again, in Parker's case, physical track, one of his first junior races on the national level. We saw him try X30 at Road America, maybe not the weekend he would have wanted, but on the KA side of things, he's looked pretty solid this year.
Yeah, he's been good. And again, when you throw him into the fire at a place that he hasn't been to before, on a package he's never driven before, it was quite a learning curve for Parker Ives at Road America, but back to a package he's more used to in the KA side of things. But I kind of want to touch back on what we were just referring to, which was, I feel like a topic that's not talked about enough, and that's stationary weight, right? I know for me, Emery, I finally started gaining some pounds the last 2 years, but for me, when I hopped into senior at 14, at one point I had 80 pounds lead on my go-kart, believe it or not. I was 100 pounds soaking wet. So I needed a lot of weight on my go-kart, but now obviously I'm a little bit better at making weight. But I want to talk about the differences in the way you'd set up a go-kart if you're Parker Ives here and you have a bunch of lead in the seat, or if you're Edward Kennedy or Nate Golseth or a lot of the grid where it's maybe 5 or 10 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing I think of is the stiffness of the setup, right? You think about a lot of weight on the kart, you generally can afford to go softer on axle because you just simply have so much rigidity on the seat, you have so much kind of weighing it down, a lot less flex on the seat, a lot less flex in the kart. You can afford to race with an axle that's maybe a little bit softer. You can run a softer setup, maybe that you run a softer seat altogether, whereas when you have 5, 10, no pounds of lead on the go-kart, you're having to run a stiffer setup. So there's kind of a trade-off, right? One thing I noticed when I look at some of the guys that move straight up into senior at 14, or in Parker Ives' case, moving up to junior at 10 to 11 years old, when they have to put a lot of lead on the kart, you're not running with the setup that maybe some of the guys in the other parts of your 10 are running with. And I think it's tricky to navigate that as a driver. You know, naturally, you see someone else going fast. You see, in Parker's case, maybe a Tristan Murphy or Nate Golseth running in the top 3, and you're like, oh, I want to copy the setup of this guy. But everything down in the tire pressures has to be a little bit different. And plus, the feel of the go-kart. If you drove a kart that has 60 pounds of lead on it compared to one with no pounds of lead on it, even if the weight itself was no different, there's still differences in the weight and the way that the weight kind of feels, the way that the kart feels with it feeling more rigid versus kind of a flexor setup. So lots of differences around there. I think there's no great avenue. We've seen drivers be fast. I think back to Nick DeVries when he was running so well over in Europe with 40, 50 pounds on the senior side of things. You can be very fast with a lot of lead on the kart. You can be fast with no lead on the kart. Just ask ZCD. But regardless, there's going to be challenges. There's going to be things you have to drive through in both situations.
Well, how important at that point is lead placement as well?
Very important. I mean, and a lot of times you see disagreements. I mean, look at the way that Parker Ives had his lead, right? You have 10 pounds on the back bumper, or on the back of the seat. You have close to 30 to 40 pounds underneath and on the front, and then another 20 on the left side. So with all that being said, you're having to run a completely different strategy. I will say a little bit of like advice with these KA categories, especially with the new compound SH2 tires from 2024 onwards. Hardly anyone runs their like distribution of weight in the rear. Edward Kennedy had 10 to 15 pounds on his kart, all of it on the sides. So I think left side is generally where you want to put the weight in most tracks we go to on the US.
Why is that?
Just the way the corner distributions work. You think about a track house, you have 7 right-hand corners, 4 left-hand corners. That makes sense. You also have the engine package on the right side, which adds kind of a weight imbalance as well. So you rarely see guys stack their weight on the right side. It's always going to be on the left, because either you want it to be kind of a 50-50 distribution, or in some cases, you want the lead to be on the side that has kind of, that's on the outside tire for more of the track. And so I think here's kind of a more even balance, but you still want more lead on the left side to kind of balance out the weight from the engine package.
Well, let's talk about a couple guys that's been quick throughout the year. I mean, obviously, there's quite a couple drivers that we could talk about, right? I mean, Nate Golth has been quick throughout the year. Travis Pettit, Isaac Malquit. Those have been the 2 guys this year that I think have kind of been the standout guys in KA Junior. You look at Antonino as well. Malquit enters this weekend as the points leader in KA Junior. Those 2 drivers are 2 of a handful of drivers this weekend that I've asked, all right, brand new track for you guys. How are we feeling? Malquit and Pettit, same answer. I love it. I'm having a great time. You want to know why? Because they're fast. And the confidence those kids have built throughout the year, especially Pettit, whereas this year it feels like a breakout year for the young kid. I remember he got the double win at MCC, and since then he hasn't looked back on that speed concept machine.
Yeah, and Pettit, I think in general, is another case study of like, it takes him a little bit of time to get up to speed. I remember at the start of last year, moving up to junior, had some growing pains, but the last year or so has been lights out. And this year in particular, like you mentioned, with speed concepts, through the roof confidence-wise. And again, it affects kind of the way you rock up to a weekend. You know, you're suddenly feeling like, oh, new track, it doesn't matter to me, I still got this. The other guys respect it too. When they go out behind you for practice, they give you patience. They give you the chance to lead and to kind of sort of give you opportunities that maybe someone in the midfield doesn't get the chance to have with that patience. So I think for both those guys, the confidence is the biggest part. At this point, they're both kind of seasoned in the junior categories. With both Antonino and Malquit as well as Pettit, all 3 of them sort of having their own successes over the course of the season. It doesn't guarantee success at a place like this. I mean, it's still brand new to everyone, but when you're fast everywhere, when you're fast at both engine packages, you're probably going to be fast this weekend, and you're going to be confident. And hey, if you're fast enough, you're going to like the track no matter how physical it is, how much it makes you hurt at the end of the weekend.
We talk about how much lead is thrown on some of these go-karts. Talk about Parker Ives, comparing it to the likes of probably half the field out there, which is maybe having 10, 15 pounds versus 65 if you're Parker Ives. But how much more difficult is it, Emery, when you're maybe a taller guy around this racetrack versus a shorter guy? Obviously, you're up there in height. I'm more vertically challenged than you are. But that being said, I think it's safe to say, you kind of said it yourself, whenever you go to a racetrack that has liner on it, probably not your best friend. Do you feel like it hurts you if you're a little bit taller?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a short man's sport in general, but I think in particular it's a short man's track when you have this kind of rhino liner. I mean, there's a reason I'm behind the mic and behind the production booth here, because at the end of the day, you have to know kind of where your weak points are. And it's possible to be fast as a tall driver, as kind of a bigger driver on rhino liner, on grippy tracks. But, it's more difficult to set up the kart, I think, in my opinion. I think it's more difficult to you're working with less variance. And one thing I want to mention that was a big storyline over the course of the last couple of months is Nate Dupuy, and kind of, he's put in a lot of work to get more physically fit, to kind of put some lead on the kart, be able to run sort of both categories as we see a spin. I think that's Homer Heeman in the double that's the
second time in the last 2 laps that he's had a mistake in these turn 10, 11, 12 complex.
Challenging track, like very challenging to see.
He went off a lap ago going down the hill through turn 10 where it's off camber, asking a lot of the front tires, and it didn't work for him. There, he actually tried to counteract what happened the lap before, turned in too early, you hit the grip patch, and then it really hooks the tire. And again, situation that we saw at MCC where there's certain instances where you get too much rear lift and it doubles down, it slams the car back into the ground, and then you get that really awkward slide at the end.
Yeah, it's 100% a grip slide, as weird as that sounds to say. And again, it kind of goes back to my point. Like, when you're driving with that much grip in the go-kart and you're already kind of a bigger driver, it makes it to where, like, you can't just underdrive it because you're giving up tenths on in. You can't overdrive it because then suddenly you're getting up on 2 wheels, you're slamming it back down. There's a lot of challenges with the rhino liner. I don't want it to just sound like, if you're bigger, like you're going to struggle, because obviously it's a challenge for the smaller drivers too. Homer, again, on the smaller end of the junior drivers, Parker Ives as well, and you kind of see it's a lot to muscle these go-karts around. It's a lot to deal with either way. And I mean, Rhino liner brings up an interesting point with this kind of track where, maybe on this layout last weekend without the rhino liner, it feels completely different this weekend. And talking to you earlier today, talking to some of the guys around the paddock, like this test weekend, you drive it one way, the grip feels okay, but now with this much grip on the track, how much are you having to relearn over the course of the day and just figure out, hey, I can't get away with it in this corner anymore?
Yeah, I spoke with a couple of guys that were here a week ago, right? Chase Gasly being one of them. I said, listen, what are the differences? He said, it feels like a new racetrack. And that's what it is. I mean, simple enough, right? The racetrack was bumpy a week ago. It's still, from what I've been hearing, quite bumpy out there, but the rhino liner kind of acts as almost a glue. It smoothed out some of the corners here, which is almost counterintuitive to what you'd think would happen. But because the track was quite bumpy last week, and over the course of it's paving, and over the course of people driving around the racetrack, the rhino liners kind of acted as a smoothing surface. With that, your approach is different. But understanding that you go from having bumps in a corner to now less bumps, more grip, your approach changes, your turn-in point changes, the speed you carry through a corner might change depending on how the chassis is, right? If you have too much grip, you might have to work on rolling the speed more than, kind of chucking it in. If you have a car that's free enough, you might be able to get away with throwing the go-kart in, using your body and getting the rotation. But then you risk what happened to Homer Heeman, where you throw the kart in, you get too much rear lift, and that's when you can double down and have big issues on the exit as well. So I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. You kind of, what do you want, what don't you want? You can't have it all, unfortunately, but that's racing.
Yeah, I've always been on the side of, in these sort of tracks, you always want to be on the freer side, just because it
100%.
gives you more wiggle room. Because ultimately, if you have too much grip, eventually you're still going to slide. You can have a flat grip slide, you can have a way jacked up lift grip slide as well. There's multiple ways to grip slide. So I think being a touch on the free side gives you more rotation, allows you to maybe go up a tooth on gear because you have more sort of exit speed as well. I mean, to me, that's always been the golden ticket. Even when you have more grip on the tires, you can run more roll speed. You still want to keep the kart just that little bit on knife's edge. And there's a point where it's too far. There's a point where you end up like Homer Heeman, maybe going off the track multiple times in a session. But I think you have to live on that free side, on that edge. Think of it like in F1 terms. The more responsive you can make the kart, the more you can make it be like Max Verstappen, the faster you're going to end up being.
100%, right? I mean, you want a lot of front end, and you want to have the rear at least rotating for you a little bit, because in situations like this where the track's got a lot of grip, the last thing you want to do is have to add more wheel into a corner as the kart goes on, as the grip levels get a little bit higher here, as the edges get fired back behind me here. The mini Swifts heading out onto the racetrack momentarily, and you can't say mini Swift without talking about one driver in particular here, and that's Jaden Francisco.
Sorry about that there. Got a little bit tied up, but Jaden Francisco this year has been phenomenal on his nitro kart. I mean, Ryan Perry Motorsports nitro kart has been consistently at the front of the field. We saw down in Daytona, we saw it at both of the Stars rounds, a dominant performance at Newcastle, the King of the Castle. I mean, this is a stacked junior field too. You got Holden Myers, the returning IME Grand's national champion, about to pull out on the track in the comp kart. Santi Orioli, Maxwell Macha, like throughout the grid, even a guy like Zane Burgess, who isn't here this weekend, still has shown so much pace when he's been stateside in the U.S. So for Francisco to kind of come on the scene, it was this time last year where it really seemed like he started to pick up the pace in micro. In 1 year, for him to go from that to kind of ultimately dominating the mini scene in a lot of cases is so impressive. And I think like it speaks to his talent as a driver and the development he's done, and also kind of the guys he's worked with as well. And I also would say Parker Ives in a different way has kind of been helpful up until when he started moving up to the junior side as well. Having a teammate that has had a year in mini has kind of shown out some good speed and made it a little easier for Francisco to get up to pace. But once he's gone up to speed, the 8-year-old is sensational. And I mean, there's a reason he's a Chip Ganassi junior driver. There's a reason he's shown so much pace. And there's a reason why when he comes to the track every weekend, it seems like he's the favorite now in mini until proven otherwise.
I mean, oftentimes you're hanging out by the track house, Motorplex, you're coaching young kids. You get a chance to kind of be around a lot of young superstars. Me as well over at AMR Motorplex, but I want to hear from you. What are some of the characteristics that you see in a young driver like a Jaden Francisco, for example, where it's like, that's the difference between that guy and that guy. That's the reason why he's getting up to speed quicker than most.
I think the ability to learn from one session to the next, like adaptability is so important in a young driver. A lot of times you'll see the guys that are in micro and mini, the first session of the weekend, it takes them a few laps, but they learn lap after lap. And it doesn't just come down to coaching. As much as I know we'd like to say, or other coaches throughout the paddock would like to say, that you have an impact, ultimately the kid can learn on their own to some degree, right? From lap to lap, from session to session. The mental note, the kids that are able to learn quickest, both on the racecraft and the pace side, are the ones that can pick it up and they take from one session, retain that information, and apply it to the next one. So I would say kids that, on the more practical side, when you coach them, when you see session to session, even if it's not an overall improvement, if they're making changes to things that they struggle with the previous session, to me that's the indicator of what's going to be a good driver eventually down the line once they get some more reps under their seat.
I have the exact same answer as you. I mean, for me, it's I guess in the same breath, right? Application of what they're being told. Most young kids nowadays have some level of a coach, some level of a parent, mechanic, kind of walking them through, the course, right? I mean, as good as these young kids are, it helps to have somebody behind the screen doing the data, doing the video with you, just going over racecraft. Because again, when you're young, you'd only learn so much experience-wise before you have guys that have been doing it for a lot longer, kind of teaching you the ropes. And when you have a young kid who's able to kind of apply what he's learned quicker than others, that's when you see the jumps that you see from like a Jaden Francisco, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we're getting ready to see KE Senior, kind of the other end of the age spectrum on the grid. And I think like in these cases, we've had a full stack grid. It's a new opportunity. It's a new chance to kind of get sort of acclimated to a new track. And I think one guy I want to talk to, you're Chris Harrower. I mean, Chris, you had a good run there in the last practice. I say you're under one of the most stacked tents in the paddock. I mean, what's your take on this place so far this weekend?
It's going to be hard to pass. There's only like 2 passing zones on the straight and then on the last corner. I mean, it's probably going to be just a drafting track the whole time, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about this weekend, you guys have a lot of karts on the tent. In particular, I mean, you got Jared fighting for the championship, but what have you kind of been able to take away from having sort of the teammates that you do and being able to sort of kind of experiment different ways on the setup or on the gearing and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, the change in setups, I mean, normally I'm on a different axle than everybody because I'm taller, so we change stuff, and it's helpful to have fast teammates, so I know where to improve.
How do you feel about the Rhino liner as a taller driver?
It's horrible for me, but I got to adapt to it, so yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like Chris Harrower was listening to our podcast over there a few minutes ago, Alex.
From one KS Senior to the next, let's go down to the guy who leads the points this weekend, Oliver Hodgson. Oliver, this is the racetrack that I think, for one, a lot of you haven't been to before, most haven't been to, and two, kind of a lot of artificial grip out there. How is it kind of treating you?
Yeah, I'm enjoying the challenge because there's a lot of high-speed corners, and I actually quite like the fact that they put that Rhino grip down because it adds another element to it. So, yeah, it's excited to see how it races, and yeah, look, just enjoying a new track as much as anything, to be honest. So,
what can you tell us about the track progression today so far?
It's definitely cleaned up and got better. Not anything dramatic, so maybe we'll get a bit more after we get the kind of all the pro classes going for qualifying runs later today. So steadily changing.
What's the approach here for your fourth practice? You've been out there, you've kind of been by yourself in the tow. I mean, what are you kind of working on here heading into qualifying?
Honestly, just getting another consistent session under our belts, because it doesn't necessarily mean a lot to us right now. So, just feeling good and being in a rhythm as a driver.
Thank you, Ollie.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and I'm here now with Davin Roberts. Davin, you're coming off a really good weekend at USPKS Road America. This weekend looks to be a little more up and down so far. I mean, what do you think about this track so far?
I think it doesn't race the greatest. I feel like it's also really hard to pass. It's fun to drive. It's a little bit physical for sure, but I just feel like the racing is going to be a bit of a problem. And we'll see. We'll tell by tomorrow. But just my opinion, I don't think it's going to race very well.
Yeah, that seems to be a little bit of a consensus at different points. Certainly a more technical track, you have to pick your opportunities a little bit more. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. You have kind of the bigger drivers, some of the smaller drivers. You have a teammate in Lucas Devo who kind of doesn't have as much lead on the go-kart. You have the chance to compare data. I mean, what have you learned from him, and sort of how different are you guys going on setup, if at all?
Yeah, we're really, really close on setup. He's been having troubles keeping full wheels on the ground over all this tar because they put a lot of tar on pretty much all the corners. So he's been definitely two-wheeling it a lot. I've been feeling pretty planted, but like I said, our cells are pretty similar. But we'll see this time we switch motors, so hopefully it'll help us.
Yeah, and qualifying going to be a lot more important this weekend than at Newcastle. You kind of had a bit of a difficult weekend early in the weekend there. This time, I mean, track position, like you mentioned, going to be critical. Is there a strategy coming into qualifying? I know you mentioned when we were talking a little bit earlier that you kind of found yourself in a difficult track position-wise in the previous session. Is there kind of a gap you want to leave, or are you going to kind of focus on trying to get a good draft?
I feel like getting a good draft would definitely help. I don't feel like draft is too much on this track, though, because one guy can screw up one corner, and then you're right on him for the rest of the lap. So I feel like just going out by yourself, honestly, is the best, because I've seen guys, they've been really fast by themselves. So hopefully by ourselves and maybe having Lucas behind me will help. But yeah, I just feel like we're going to have probably some clear track, hopefully. And yeah.
Yeah, well, Davin Roberts getting set to go again after a strong weekend at Road America, looking to put himself up at the front of the field in happy hour. And Alex, I mean, in talking to these guys, two things seem to be a very common theme. A lot of guys struggling with the Rhino liner, like we mentioned with the heavier drivers, and a lot of drivers as well thinking it's going to be really difficult to pass as we get to the main event. I mean, you think about KA racing, we talked about it earlier, you have a full 40-kart grid pretty much. I mean, what would you do if you were in their shoes getting set for qualifying tomorrow, where, Davin mentioned he doesn't think the draft is going to be that much, but realistically, you can't expect to qualify all the way at the front with no draft whatsoever in a KA.
Well, now we've heard two separate answers. We've heard Nate Golseth and KA Jr. say the draft is going to be vital, and you hear Davin Roberts saying it's not going to be as important. So who do you listen to? Who do you not listen to? Do you kind of go in between? I mean, that's the name of the game here. I think to me, what I would do if the world was perfect and I had it exactly my way is I'd have a bit of a lazier toe, right? I'd go out there, leave a decent distance to a driver, and hope to close the gap, not be on their bumper at the end of the lap. I mean, obviously that's ideal, but I mean, if I can time it right, be 6-7 kart lengths behind and end the lap 2 to 3 kart lengths behind, you get that nice lazy toe through. You don't risk getting any sorts of dirty air, even the KA senior class. And again, no distractions. You have the blind corners as well, and drivers in front of you can kind of distract you, which I think is an underrated aspect as well to this racetrack. So that's kind of what my approach would be. But obviously, looking back behind us here, Emery, there's quite a bit of go-karts out there. The odds of finding lap traffic, people to kind of hurt you in a lap time situation is quite high.
Yeah, and I think a guy like Andrew Hamill, we saw him be top 10 last session. He's got the idea of, I just want to go put laps in. If I'm 5th or 6th or whatever, doesn't matter. So for him, clean track is key. For Alan Isambard, it looks to be the same thing as he gets ready to pull out as well. For guys further back, you're going to have to find that gap.
because I think realistically, as much as you want to set 6-7 karts back, at some point you're going to run into traffic and it's going to be hard to pass, and it really thwarts your rhythm. And another thing that I kind of got to listen to with Davin is once you get on someone's bumper and you realize it's hard to pass, it's so hard to get yourself back in the rhythm of hitting your own marks and hitting kind of what you know to be the best way around this track. It takes a couple laps, and so not only do you physically and literally get held up, mentally it's a mental block as well. And I think now as we're watching the guys pull out, you see Davin, for example, going out behind his teammate Lucas Zabel, Colin Lloyd, Oliver Hodgson, Hudson Brown, Henry Taylor. That's a pretty good group to be in, but inevitably there's going to be traffic you're going to have to deal with at some point in the session.
I mean, racing is a rhythm-based sport regardless, but around a racetrack like this, it seems like repetition is key, especially because most of these guys, this is their 4th time ever driving the circuit, and they're still kind of getting the reps down. I mean, when you go to a place like Newcastle, like Trackhouse, like Orlando, tracks that we go to every year in, year out, it's the same way with a baseline setup. You have a baseline driving line, a baseline approach to the surface. You're kind of adapting to the surface as it gets hotter and hotter as the grip levels rise throughout the weekend. But on a racetrack like this, where the grip levels are high immediately, on a racetrack that you're not used to, it is easy to be distracted with the driver in front of you. It's easy to kind of get thrown off your rhythm. It's easy to get frustrated as well.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, each driver kind of has their own individual style. You know, whether it be an aggressive style, one where you're kind of building into the weekend. Ultimately, you can look at someone's data, you can look at someone's video and be like, all right, yeah, this is Alan Issenbar driving, or oh yeah, this is Jared Clark driving. And so for them, you know, how do you kind of blend that style and your own personal take on a track into what's the best way around this track, what's the best way to progress throughout this weekend? And you know, it's curious as we see TJ Coyne going off at the the exit of that double right section that's been catching so many guys out this weekend. I mean, again, TJ's a good example. 25, 30 years in the sport, and he's still, you know, finding this place to be a real challenge over the last few sessions. And so, I mean, it's one thing to get the setup right. It's another thing to get the driving right. But I think you kind of just have to put the ego to the side a little bit and realize, like, hey, even to your point earlier, even if I'm at the front of the field, it's still not going to be enough because people are going to find those extra tenths. They're going to find kind of the imperfections in the lap, and I think we're going to see that. Normally you'd say the track doesn't evolve too much time-wise, but I think this time we're going to see the driving evolve at least a couple tenths over the next 2 days.
Yeah, we're in an interesting situation where the evolution is unknown, but the driver evolution is known. And it's one of the few tracks that we get to go to where drivers maybe aren't as quick out the gate, right? You go to a track that drivers are more comfortable with, used to, lap times out the box are quick. Here, there's been quite a bit of improvement exponentially for some from practice 1 to practice 4. Naturally, you're getting used to a surface, getting used to the racetrack, getting used to just how to race with other people around the surface. But I want to talk to you because obviously you've most recently driven in this exact field. Who stands out to you as a driver that you look at and say, their strong suit is getting used to racetracks quick, their strong suit's being aggressive? Who stands out?
Yeah, I mean, Oliver Hodgson is one of those guys that if you go to a new track, a brand new track for anyone, and he's going to be on it. I mean, the experience plays a part, the ability to kind of coach and he's made a career out of helping people learn. So it makes sense that he's going to be one that's going to be quick to learn. One guy that I really think has impressed me over the last couple months, I don't know how much we've really covered him on the national scene, is Quinton Angeli. I think he's a guy that I look at that has had a lot of pace when it comes to learning brand new racetracks and kind of picking it up right out the box on a weekend. You know, you look at Thursday practice at USPKS or Friday practice at Stars, and he always tends to start weekend strong. Finishing it off, the racecraft has been a bit of a difficult part for him. But again, like early adapters, getting on the pace quickly, Angeli seems to be that guy. And I mean, having a guy like Alan Issenbar with him certainly doesn't hurt, but Angeli's been impressive. And then you have your veterans. You have the guys like Hodgson, the guys like Issenbar. In general, the guys that have to coach more, that have to kind of learn more and help people learn more, tend to be the ones that learn more. But there are some exceptions, like an Angeli, in my opinion.
I think Quinton's one of those guys where he's, like you said, I think he's been the one that's flown under the radar as a guy who's been a consistent top 5, top 10 guy in KA Stars, no matter what series we go to. And he's also the one that's kind of in your situation, right? A little bit taller in the seat. Probably have to deal with a little bit more of picking up maybe the inside right or left, maybe the inside right front, left front, but still a guy that's been very, very quick all year long. with the help of Isambard, even with the help of the Tulio when he's at the racetrack for Rocket Racing Company as well. For me, another driver that you can't kind of fail to mention, and not that you haven't, Jared Clark, a driver that, I mean, again, broke out in the scene, got that win in Charlotte, the emotional victory, what it meant to the young kid, quick at Newcastle as well, and obviously here, being pretty quick so far in the first 3 sessions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I helped his Newcastle finish too much, but no, I mean, I look at all 3 of the guys on the podium at Charlotte. Jared, obviously, the breakout weekend, dominant all weekend long, still had a lot of pace at each of the national races he's gone to since then. Hudson Brown, another guy I think is kind of flown under the radar. He wound up second in that race, and you know, a difficult weekend in Newcastle, still wound up inside the top 15 provisionally after that race, and has shown a lot of good pace early on in the weekend here. And Sam Abrutski as well, another guy kind of flown under the radar, got a podium at Charlotte, been kind of in the mid top 10, top 15 range throughout most of the last year or so running KA Senior. Those are all guys that their strong suit tend to be on tracks where maybe you don't get as much run time. And as much as Charlotte is a local track to some, it's not like you get a billion laps like you would at a track out there in Newcastle. So, you know, the guys that did well at Charlotte, the guys that were fast there and picked it up fast, I mean, yes, there was a little bit of a home track advantage, but still, I think it applies well to what we can expect for this weekend.
2 laps to go here on the final practice of the day before we get ready for the pro qualifying sessions. And Hodgson topping the board, Isambard P2, kind of the guys that we've been talking about. P3, that was the driver that I think has been incredibly impressive pace-wise. Maybe hasn't gotten it together in the races, hasn't put together the luck that he would have wanted as well. But Chase Biscaglia on board the comp cart's been fast.
Yeah, I thought, full transparency, Chase Biscaglia was the quickest driver lap for lap in Newcastle a month ago for King of the Castle, and just simply, you know, he had the DQ and tech for rear width. I think racecraft, or not for rear width, excuse me, for being underweight and having a part fall off. But he's been quick everywhere he goes. He was really quick that weekend. The racecraft, I think, continues to develop. He's kind of put himself in some bad situations at times, but ultimately, that is a guy that you never have to doubt his pure pace. And again, talking about having fast teammates, having guys to reference setups off of, both Henry Taylor and Oliver Hodgson, 2 of the quicker guys in the field. So, you know, Biscaglia to me kind of has the ideal setup with the raw pace that you expect from a young driver, with the maturation of having a guy like Oliver Hodgson helping him, and as well as that, having a chip on his shoulder, because knowing that 2 rounds into the season, he's had so much pace and has basically nothing to show for it yet.
Well, as the time ticks down, zeros across the board, last laps getting put in here for the final practice of this Friday here at Quaker City Motorsports Park in Salem, Ohio, here for round 3 of the Stars Championship Series. Hodgson, Isambard, Colin Lloyd rounds out your top 3. McGabriel, Jared Clark there, your top 5. And I got to say, something to talk about here, Emery. We spoke about the variance from practice 1 to practice 4, how large the field spread was to start the day, and eventually drivers will figure it out. Take a look at how close this field is down towards the 5th and final driver there. 1 through 5 within a 1/10 of a second. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's a new track. At the end of the day, there's going to be field spread. It's a challenging track, but these are the best KA drivers in the U.S. And even if it takes them a little bit to get dialed in, even if you're going to see some difference early on in the weekend, you still expect a lot of them to pick it up, and you know, they'll figure it out. And so to see the progression we've seen from session 1 to session 4, you still have the names you would expect at the top of the field, but I expect it to get even closer. And again, tomorrow, a new day, new tires, colder conditions, at least at the start of the day. I think it's going to be a little different, but ultimately, with how competitive these KA fields are going to be, I cannot wait for qualifying tomorrow.
I can't wait for pro qualifying coming up shortly here. 4th and final practice done and dusted here in Salem, Ohio, Quaker City Motorsports Park. KA Stars, the last of them pulling into the pits now, but we're not done here on the action. When we come back, it's getting ready for pro qualifying momentarily.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA 100 Junior.
How about John Bird for TV Kart USA on home soil? They take the win in Amarillo.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need Our Sim Magic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey, what's up, Caleb?
What's up, Brandon?
You sound defeated. A long day at the office?
Yeah, got stuck at a cat food marketing meeting for like 3 hours. I don't know a thing about cat food, and I don't even work in marketing. And then I got sent on a coffee run like I was some sort of intern. Then at the end of the day, when I want to go get gas, I just realized everything is so darn expensive nowadays, man.
Yeah, you got that right.
Like, do you have any idea how much we're spending on Netflix?
That's like 20 bucks a month.
Do you know how much we're spending on cable?
That's like 50 bucks a month.
But you know what isn't expensive?
Tell me.
Kart Chaser Premium. For only $9.99 a month, you can watch all the American karting action live from coast to coast. Subscribe and become a member today.
Let's go race.
Come on, man.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it, and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Paulie Massimino wins in KA. Paulie Massimino is a winner in OKN Stars. Take your driving to the next level with one-on-one coaching from 2024 OKN Stars champion Paulie Massimino. Kart rental options are available if you'd like to keep yours at home, and drivers in all classes are welcome, from Briggs 206 to Mini to K100 and X30. With in-depth data analysis, onboard video footage review, and lead-follow on-track sessions, each private coaching session will see you end as a more complete driver than when you started. Book your coaching session now.
Kyle, what are you doing?
It's got my new Greyhound seat.
You don't even have a cart.
Doesn't matter. I have a Greyhound.
Who the f is Kyle Cuthbertson? Doesn't even have a go-kart.
Doesn't matter.
Cuthbertson through on Turney. Turney in the dirt.
Paulie Massimino wins the Wisconsin Grand Prix. James Overbeck on start number 2 gets win number 1 in OKN Stars.
On track or off, Brandon Jarscrack Racing delivers elite performance. Led by 4-time Pro National Champion Brandon Jarscrack, our team masters driver coaching, data-driven analysis, and mechanical precision at every national event. Contact us today at BrandonJarscrackRacing.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Florida kart racers, you asked for it and we're going to bring it. Introducing Florida Karting Championship, FLPC, a brand new racing series coming to Florida in 2026.
Welcome back here to the start of Pro Qualifying. A couple of drivers struggling to get off the grid there. Indy Irwin being one of them, one of the first starts she's made here stateside since Supernats. She's used to running over in New Zealand on the Junior Road Tech side, making her OKN debut. And looks like we're missing a couple of stickers here on the nose cone of Grayson Walcott's Paralyn machine. And again, per the rules, even though there's no benefit, speed-wise, you got to have all the proper sticker kits on to make it out on the grid. Make that a note for all the drivers watching. If you haven't put all your stickers on yet, you should by the time we're on to the third practice into qualifying here. But just making it out on time is Grayson Walcott before the drivers cross to start their first flying lap here for a 6-minute qualifying session for OKN-J. My name's Alexander Searle. Alongside me, Xander Clements in the booth here. Xander, obviously, it's been a busy morning for you guys. Myself and Emery Light have been down there on the grid chatting it up with a bunch of drivers. But what are some of the things that you've seen visually on this racetrack? What have you heard, if anything, for some of the drivers here?
I mean, not much different really from what I picked up from following you guys. Obviously, a track like this that beats them up, the heat today as well. I know you guys touched on a lot of the surface and the high G load with how many long radii corners. Jordan Musser mentioned how high speed this place is. But this sun has been baking this place and baking the drivers all day long. This is actually one of the shorter days of the Stars Championship Series calendar, just in the way that the event has shaken out. And still, it seems like everyone is really feeling pretty fatigued. And you get mentally fatigued long before you get physically fatigued, and that's where you'll see moments like right there with Max Weiland dropping the left rear tire off on the edge. You just barely missed the mark here, and I think while we talked about maybe, it's fast, and you heard a handful of drivers say, well, this place is pretty easy. I don't think so. I think we've seen a ton of offs, and I think that the overall groove is extremely narrow. Overall, I'd say maybe there's about 2 corners you could try to stay on the outside of someone, but between the fact that the Rhino liner is still less than a cart width wide in the places that they've laid it down, which is obviously a huge grip boost, and just the fact that we're just barely getting, our first session now with sticker MG yellows for everyone on the racetrack, or MG reds in the case of the OKN-Js, to put some grip down. You're not going to see a lot of cleanliness offline. These tires are notorious for spitting off chunks of rubber and creating a massive mess of debris off the natural groove. So I think that, combined with the fact, you see all the rocks that get drawn onto the racetrack from the gravel and dirt. This is going to be an on-edge qualifying session, especially too because the OKN-Js are hitting that rev limiter on probably 2, if not 3 parts of the racetrack. So you're trying to make up time in the low-speed sections or the mid-range, and right there again, Max Weiland going off. It didn't affect him on his overall first lap at speed too much. He still sits second, but he's chasing this kid.
Yeah, I spoke to a bunch of the OKN-Js, OKN Star drivers, and I said, listen, what setup did you guys roll out on? Obviously, this is a racetrack that you don't know. What was your baseline? What did you kind of opt to go for? Some of them said, listen, MCC gear ratio is pretty similar. A lot of them said they compared it to Newcastle. Some drivers opting for maybe a 2T tire at Newcastle. Some said, you know what, we're actually back on the same gear we ran at Newcastle because it's working out for them. And it kind of shocked me because I feel like Newcastle's more of a roll speed track than this place. But like Jordan Muster said, this track is very high speed, and it also has not a lot of margin for error. Weiland found that out. Myself and Emery Lida down there on the grid throughout the entire morning through turns 10 and 11. Probably the trickiest part of the racetrack. Downhill right-hander into another right, into a right-left chicane. It's all one motion if you get the steering right. The problem is it's so physical when it's off camber, and you don't have exit curbing on a lot of the corners like Weiland found out there. So not a lot of runoff here, and for the drivers, like you said, that think this racetrack is maybe a little bit easier, those are probably the guys that are rolling pretty good. But if you're struggling a little bit for grip, maybe too gripped up like most drivers I've spoken to, they've compared it to nothing. It's kind of its own entity. It's its own racetrack. There's not a lot you can compare it to. One of them, Nate Goldfest, being a driver that said, listen, this is a top 3 physical racetrack he's ever been to.
Even Jude Thurmalaswamy there joining Weiland as another driver to kick up some dust here in this qualifying session with 2 minutes to go. As we follow Nathan Dupuis around, he's caught up to the back bumper of Katowski to end this lap and start the next. Edward Kennedy behind. Finishes off a quick one, having to make a move down at turn number 1 on Thurmalaswamy, which will hurt his probably second to last lap. The lap times, again, are up above the 60-second marker. The pole time provisionally, a 62.675 for Dupuis. Antonino is going to blast past that at a 62.4. And Edward Kennedy, we're following along here, the Canadian, currently third at a 62.76. And we know, again, that having to make that pass in turn 1, having to go a bit off the natural groove is going to probably prevent him from making this lap an improvement, and it'll put all the pressure onto lap number 6 if he wants to stay out that long. So a minute to go. But yeah, I think the driver's saying it's easy. I think it will race relatively easy when you've got to kind of back off in a line of other go-karts. But when you're leading the train and you're trying to go in deep enough to not allow anyone to get by you, because you'd imagine that, as many have said, it'll be tough to get back around them, that's where you're going to be seeing, I think, a lot of dust and marbles and rocks kicked up. I think it's going to be a lot of the leaders of the packs more than anyone else, maybe at times when drivers go off.
Well, that's the situation, right? I mean, it's going to be a lot of, I think, in the high-speed, high-grip classes like OKN, like KZ, it's a lot of maybe follow the leader situation going on where you're kind of all on the same pace. You're all understanding that to drive fast on this racetrack, you're almost backing up the corners and rolling the speed in. The problem with that is, I spoke with Gavin Bailey, you say, listen, if everyone's on the same page, it all works out. But if you have one guy who's not going to cooperate with kind of what everyone else is doing, you're going to dive into the brake zone, you're going to create a bit more of a mess, and that's what it's going to take to pass on this racetrack. I think when you get into the lower speed stuff, like the micro, like the minis, and even the KAs, that's where the draft's going to be more of a factor. I think the passing's going to be a little bit more available. But speaking with, no matter what class it was, Davin Roberts made a really good point in KA Senior. A couple of drivers like David Ramos told me in OKN Stars, track position is going to be everything around this place. And I mean, even a pass like that can cost you 2 to 3 tenths on exit without even realizing it.
An over-under from Malcutt trying to salvage it won't help too much. He'll drop to 8th. Big lap out of Marco Samet. Kennedy will go better. Dupuis still second, waiting to see if he's crossed. He has. John Antonino's gotten 3 of the top 5 contenders already past the timing loop. He looks to be safe as the checkers fly for the final few drivers to hit the line. There's Antonino himself. Whoa. And a big off for Grayson Walcott out of that final hairpin. He will cross the line with a wild ending to the session. 15th and a wild start for him as well, with the stickers being off. And for those that maybe are just joining us and were probably surprised that he had made it through the day without them, well, it is a self-checking pre-tech system. But that said, up until the sessions become official with qualifying, that's when the rules will be enforced. You will sign the paper saying, yeah, I followed the rules, I did everything I was supposed to, and they signed it, they filled it out, and that allowed them to get onto the racetrack before morning practice. But at some point, you've got to make sure you're fully in alignment. He was outside of it, they got him in it, and he got some laps out there, but that was a hairy moment, and we are hearing it may not have been all on his own volition, but all on his own for this lap. John Antonino Jr., Buddy, ends Newcastle on top, and he starts Quaker City on top of the pylon by 1/10 and a quarter.
John, standing down here in the pit lane, tell us, what's it like to be the first national pole sitter here at Quaker City Motorsports Park?
It feels good. I mean, the session was very fun. We fixed a lot of setup issues today because we were finding a lot of setup issues towards the beginning, but I feel like we've dialed it back to pretty good, and I like it.
Tell us what it takes to go pole on such a tricky and physical layout.
Yeah, I mean, you really just have to be smooth with your hands and calm. You can't drive in deep or anything. You just have to put your head down and focus.
Great job there. I did want to ask about the tires and the peak. Where do you find it? In a 6-minute qualifying session, sometimes we see it at the beginning, sometimes we see it at the end. What's the personal feeling for you? What was the goal there?
I feel like towards like three laps to go is where I feel like the hot spot is for these tires. But yeah, I mean, if you just dial it back just a little bit, it'll be perfect.
All right, pole position for our motos coming up tomorrow. What's the feeling like on how this track is going to race?
It's going to be hard. It's just really tight and hard to pass, so people are going to have to get creative, and I feel like it's a big advantage to be in the lead, so yeah.
Well, all the best to you. Our pole sitter in OKN-J, John Antonino.
Thank you, Simon, and a great point there, again, that's been echoed throughout the day, is the feeling of the track being narrow. It's built to the FIA CIK specs here, Alex, but the line itself is just making it visually feel from the driver's seat that there's only room for maybe a cart and a quarter, and that's going to play a factor as we've got problems on the grid. One of the OKN Stars drivers has stalled it, trying to leave. It is Remy Andriatos on the TKG Bureau Art. They're going to pick him up, try to take him to the back of the grid and get him another shot.
That's not the first time I've seen that all weekend long. It's actually been quite an issue. It seems like it's almost been an epidemic so far today for OKN and OKN-J, where, you know, kind of on the exit there, you're putting some wheel into it. It kind of pulls maybe their finger off the button a little bit, and they're not getting the roll off they would want. Massimino looking down at something there. I mean, I don't know if there's a bit of an issue for Paulie or if he's just kind of pulling the good old trick of I have an issue, but I really just want to work with James Overbeck here and let a couple guys by.
Yeah, I mean, this is the top 4 contenders, it feels like, through the day. Henry Wheeler at the back of the train there in the 18 has been extremely impressive at home turf. Of course, Theo Corelli's around. And the 19 will not get a single lap in qualifying. A spin on the outlap here, and the drivers are not allowed to refire. Maranello will lose one of their hot shoes in the Mazda Motorsports Pro Show qualifying. The 19 into the wall, coming out of about the infield sector, midway through sector 2, kind of towards sector 3.
I wonder if we got that on camera, because I'd love to see the cause of that. For me, it's one of two things, right? Probably a combination of both. That's the section of the racetrack where we saw Weiland go off a little bit. You kind of drop a tire on the exit. There's no exit curbing. A bunch of rocks on the exit as well, combined with cold tires. I think there's 3 different things that could have happened there, and I think it was a combination of all 3, and it's showing you the difficulty of this racetrack. And it's one of the things that I've grown to love about this place in such a short period of time is because there's not a home field advantage for most. Most drivers have not been here. The speeds are as high as we've ever seen around Quaker City Motorsports Park. I think it adds an added level of challenge, and we're seeing drivers make mistakes, uncharacteristic mistakes that we wouldn't see to the racetrack that maybe they're more comfortable with, like a Newcastle, like a Trackhouse. But here in Shifter, especially in OKN Stars as well, where you're seeing drivers drop tires, make mistakes because they're pushing hard enough, because maybe after 3 practices, they're still not fully dialed in.
Right. I mean, there's only been a combined amount of, at best, maybe 15, maybe 20 laps for these drivers around the circuit at speed. So when you consider that fact, it's no surprise at all. There's many that are consistently going off or having moments, as there is, again, a few more here in that final corner that has already claimed a handful of victims today. But for Henry Wheeler, he's made it look easy as even Overbeck kicks up some dust in front of him. He's in a prime spot behind the 2 front runners so far this year. Last year's champ, the most recent winner, the most recent runner-up in Blake Nash. This is a great position if you are trying to get, as you described it, Alex, a bit of a lazy...
Oh, and he actually went off a bit awkwardly on the entrance to, I believe that is turn number 7 at one point. And when the rocks are thrown on the entrance, watch out for Blake Nash's lap around this time around here. Obviously, we're still at over 3.5 minutes to go and some. But look at the rocks. They've kind of made their way onto the racing surface now. And again, dust still being thrown off the racetrack. Blake dropping a tire on the exit of turn number 8 there. And the more you see drivers make mistakes, the more that it's almost like what we see at a place like Newcastle, and it seems like a place like this where the leaders are in a bit of a disadvantage because you don't know where the dust is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to be walking into a minute from when you last got around to a corner? This place is huge, and the visibility from any given point of the racetrack only gives you maybe 60% of the whole layout. And going as fast as they are here in OKN Stars, as they scream down the long back straightaway, you are not really getting a whole lot of vantage points to look down the road and see, well, did someone go off? Is that dust cloud in my next part of the racetrack I'm about to hit, or is that from halfway across the circuit? But one driver this weekend who is having to adapt to not just all of that and the new venue, but it's a changing classes for Frankie Iadavea. He's ran the first 2 weekends in the Pro Stars category. He's now jumped into an OKN Stars package for the Maranello USA squad. He's following the vice champ from last year, Diego Ramos, at the moment, and in pretty good company as up the road there runs Wheeler and Overbeck and Massimino, with a new driver going to the top here with 2 minutes to go. Austin Olds now takes command by 200ths in the number 50.
And again, he's getting that lazy toe I was referring to. I think Iadavea has been as quick, if not quicker, than Ramos, but proving our point that Emery and I was making earlier on in the afternoon show of when you get stuck behind a guy, even if they're a little bit slower than you kind of end up matching their pace inadvertently here. So when they cross the stripe, let's see what the lap times are showing this time around for Iadavea, because the lap looks pretty solid, but I don't think it's going to show as much as what we would maybe think to see with the toe that he's getting. I think Austin Olds is in a really good position here to put a solid lap together. I'm a bit surprised to see Overbeck and Massimino, 2 BGR crew drivers, 6th and 8th at the moment, as Ramos pulling out, letting Iadavea go. Maybe he's cooling the tires down to go for one more here.
I would think so. You kind of heard John Antonino hint at it there in his OKN-J poll interview that, yeah, the peak may be on lap number 3, coming to 3 laps to go, but if you can take a cool down lap, you can bring the temp back down and then bring it back up. to that kind of peak operating point. So for Diego Ramos, is that what we're seeing right here for the number 2? You can see he's back up to full speed with clear racetrack and a hefty bit of airtime there going through turn number 2.
Again, the trickiest part of the racetrack, I think, is this section where you're going downhill, off-camber, double right-hander, up the hill, blind corners again, and he goes off the racetrack to start the next lap, and that's going to burn not only the lap he was kind of on there, which is already a slow lap, it's going to burn this one as well, and he's going to be struggling for time. I think it's going to be it for Ramos. You cross the line with 50 seconds left, he won't make it, I don't think, to the stripe next time around.
It'll be close. It'll be right on the limit. I mean, they're at a 61, 62 second lap time. He was already through that first sector of the racetrack, so I'd say maybe, but Blake Nash has now taken command of the field. 10th and a half up on Austin Olds. Chase Gassiet-Lee on the Coastal Link printing entry into 3rd in the number 31. Ramos 4th. So it's still not bad. If he can get one more lap, though, that'll secure him because I think everyone else is gearing up for one final push. 20 seconds to go, and a number of the top drivers just past the loop there, as you saw, and they're going to get another chance. Blake Nash hustling that number 64 to try and catch Henry Wheeler now.
This is it. Last laps are going to count here. Here's a replay of Ramos. He's getting wide, kind of hopping through the corner, and again, on the power a little bit too early. You get that slight understeer, and understeer just throws you off the racetrack. Not a whole lot you can do in this situation besides bail out of the gas, but checkers are in the air for the entire OKN Stars crew. These laps will count. Nash getting held up by Wheeler here. I think it's going to be it for Blake Nash. A huge shuffle for position here. Ida Vega goes 2nd, Wheeler 3rd, Olds 4th, Mason Kunda 5th. Alex Sharma being thrown right now in 6th position. Quite a variance here on the final lap, but Gassiet-Lee now being shown top of the board at a 101.855.
Big time lap for Chase Gassiet-Lee. Frankie Iadavea now shown 2nd. Wheeler 3rd. Blake Nash has lost all times, and I don't know what may be the issue. Passing that final corner, it's going to change a lot across the line. That lap will count for the 64. He'll jump to 5th. Ramos on the final lap with a heater. Diego Ramos testing the limits, going over the limit on the penultimate lap, and when the pressure was on, the Brazilian delivers 19 thousandths over Chase Gassiet-Lee.
That's got to be lap of the year from Diego Ramos. I mean, it looks like a session that just wasn't going his way. In front of Iadavea, kind of holding him up almost, burns the lap, throws it off the racetrack in the middle of the lap that he was trying to start for the next one, and back against the wall. The Burl Art gets it done. The bridesmaid last year in the championship, a guy who's looking to go out there and get a title this year in OKN Stars. I wonder if he knows it yet. I can't really tell with the body language, but Diego Ramos, you're a pole sitter.
Diego Ramos, you are a pole sitter here at the Quaker City Motorsports Park in OKN Stars. Tell us how you got it done.
Yeah, the qualifier was tricky. Track got a bit slippery, and at some point in the rubber a lot of grip. But yeah, it was hard to make a good lap before the last lap. Then I just lift, calm down. Then I pushed to try put everything together. And yeah, car felt amazing, engine felt good. I still not driving perfect yet, but still long days to go.
You know, we saw you drop a tire there on the second to last lap. It took until the last lap to put your best time in, only a couple of thousandths over Chase Gassiet-Lee. What was it like to be able to go out there, cool down those tires for that last push to the line?
Yeah, before I was pushing 100%, a bit even more, but the car was sliding a bit, and then I realized I saw the time that I just needed one more lap. And yeah, I just cool down, try put everything together, and thanks God I did in the last lap. And yeah, we say it's just the first step for the week, and we keep working.
Tell us what it's like here to be on one of our new facilities here in the North American circuit. A lot of track time on our other facilities, but with limited amount of testing and practice, is everything on the table now, or is there still a little bit left to find?
No, for sure, it's still a lot to improve. We just had 3 sessions and tried to figure out the gear because we didn't test. And yeah, it's still a bit to improve. Even like I told you myself, I'm not feeling comfortable 100%. But yeah, we could keep proving, keep working, try to find a bit more pace, and yeah, we'll see tomorrow.
Congratulations. Thank you. Diego Ramos rolling off pole for OKN Stars tomorrow.
A lot to unpack from that OKN Stars qualifying session. In fact, there's a lot to unpack from the OKN Junior qualifying session as well. Diego Ramos going to the pole. Blake Nash held it, and then his lap time was taken away. John Antonino's lap time has now been taken away, and it is now promoted an all-Canadian front row. Nathan Dupuis is now the official pole sitter for the OKN Junior Motos, and joining will be Edward Kennedy. And looking at it now, Ramos may end up being pushed back to second, as now looking at the results as they come together for OKN Stars, Blake Nash is provisionally back on top of the pylon. So more to be updated on. We'll keep you posted and maybe get to grab a word with the California kid himself, Blake Nash, as if that time does stick, it would put him in front by a 1/10.5. Austin Olds will also, if the lap time holds, jump back in front of Chase Gassie at Lee. His best time was a 61.837, 1/1000th off of Ramos, and just under 200ths ahead of Gassie at Lee. That would put him third. But we go back to the on-track activity with our most recent Pro Stars winner. Frenchman Adrian Reneden was impressive on debut in Texas earlier this year for the SCUSA Pro Tour opener. He had a strong Sunday morning that was taken away from him, breaking down off the start of the main from row number 2. Rebounded then to a consistent and solid weekend in Cincinnati, a top 10, and then eventual push towards the top 5. But then in Newcastle, for King of the Castle, he took the top honors in spectacular fashion. What a race that was to close out the weekend in Indiana just less than a month ago, Alex.
Well, we talked about it in the press rows. Jay Irwin has found the tire barrier. It's the second time this weekend that he has found the outside retaining wall. He did it in the first practice. He's done it again here in qualifying to start his session, and let's hope for his sake that kart is not completely damaged. But wow, Jay Irwin pushing the limits here early.
That is big, folks. Jay Irwin, the New Zealander, was entering this weekend with somewhat of a must-perform scenario with how consistent Matheus Morgado has been. If the Brazilian can pull off another string of top 3 or better runs, he would potentially clinch the title with the drop round factored in, not having to worry about a performance at night fight. But Irwin's got himself back under power. He's back onto the circuit now. I don't know if the lap times will be allowed, but you can see whether or not they will be. He's got a long road ahead of him to clean the tires off and get all the rocks and marble and debris and potentially drive it all clean with damage. Who knows what happened to the front end of that barrel art when he nosed into the Scribners.
Yeah, it's an interesting place to kind of stuff it in the wall there, and so far Kart looks pretty good. If anything, he's brought some rocks onto the racetrack now in a different section of the racetrack, entering the back section of here at Quaker City. But again, my point to kind of touch on what you were mentioning with Reneden there was this is a racetrack where he said in the presser after the Pro Stars race at King of the Castle, where he's just getting more and more comfortable here stateside, getting used to everything, how he raced, the different rules set, all of that. And now at a racetrack where I think the playing field is as even as it's been, Reneden's probably at not an advantage, should I say, but again, no one's been here if you're in the shifter class, right? So all of a sudden, unless you're Ian Quinn, right? So for most of the guys here for Reneden, he's been quick. He's been top 3 most of the practices today. Don't be surprised to see the Sodi kind of leave off to start where he left off here at King of the Castle.
And I have to add on to that as well. Ian Quinn may not be the only one who's run here. While there was a club race last weekend, the Magic Kart crew, they have been eagerly awaiting the opening of Quaker City Karting at Quaker City Motorsports Park. This operation has been based out of northeastern Ohio, right near the Ohio-Pennsylvania border for quite some time, and they've been notorious with pit race, where we've seen plenty of action. But for AJ Myers, he led the Magic crew and the camp in a full-on summer camp, and they have found a way to get fast here, as unfortunately Vincenzo Saraceno's found a way into the wall. And the Presti Racing Croc promotion machine hits the barrier into pit lane as well for a couple of Magic Karts. Bajoso in, looked to be Bowman in as well. Myers sits atop by nearly 3/10. There is chaos all around, and the Brazilian has a hefty gap to try and close on in here, Alex.
Well, that tells me is that lap 3 is the money lap. If you're AJ Myers, you came in a 1:04. That's as fast as a lap as I've seen all weekend long here in the Pro Shifters. And so for AJ, that's a lap that could hold. He's 3/10 clear of the next closest guy, Matheus Morgado. He's got a slight toe here in Justin White. It won't really play much of a factor. If anything, the closer you get around this place, the more that kind of dirty air plays a factor around this racetrack. But this is a lap, if you're Matheus Morgado, that I think you have to put together. Knowing the way the tire kind of has that sweet spot, lap 3, lap 4 around this racetrack, this is it if you're the 262.
So for Matheus Morgado, slowing the pace back down and now trying to pick it back up. Bajoso, my mistake, he stayed out. It looked like it may have been the Magic Man himself that pulled in. So the Wild Man is still rolling, trying to knock off the reigning series champ. Sporting the number 200 on timing as there's another one going off. That was one of the Marinellos. Could that have been Justin White? The 232 sits fifth, and indeed we believe it may have been the Kartworks Marinello USA driver. So everyone is on the limit. Final session of the day, and we're coming towards the final few laps. I don't know if Morgado's going to get another one. Minute to go. They're on the minute for the lap count. It will come down to a matter of thousands as to whether or not he will get a bonus lap or this will be it. Gavin Bailiff will definitely be done at the end of this. So will Justin White, and he's got dirty tires to boot.
Yeah, Mateus there. Yeah, he's bailing out of this lap. I was watching the front of that go-kart. He was struggling mid-corner to get any sort of front grip, any sort of rotation out of that Burrell Art. It wasn't working for him. He bails at the lap. A couple of drivers still staying out. Ian Quinn being one of them. He was the one that topped the board practice 1. It hasn't really been the qualifying session for himself and his Burrell Art companion, Gavin Bailiff. They sit 9th and 10th at the moment. Half a second, 6/10 off for Bailiff from the pole man, A.J. Myers at the moment. And yeah, A.J. Myers pulled off 3 laps in. There's a driver off. We'll have to see.
Osley Cheek.
Yeah, Osley Cheek there off the racetrack, hand up in the air. I think he'll probably be pulling in after this lap. The timing is going to be done before he crosses the stripe one more time. There's Justin White. He dropped it a lap and a half ago. He's on a bit of a flyer here with Gavin Bailiff behind, so these laps will count for these guys.
I don't know if that'll be any impeding. Renedin kind of got tripped up, so he'll be done. White to the line, Bailiff to the line. No improvement out of either one of them. Renedin slowed down and bailed on that lap as he saw the chaos ensuing in front of him. And CJ Bowman, I think, is going to end up with a 4th, a career-best qualifying effort for the sophomore shifter driver. The 228 of CJ Bowman to line up alongside the Queen City Gambit winner in Mateus Morgado, if it all holds. White and Renedin on row 3, as again, Renedin really was the one that got bit the most, catching Osley Cheek. Stein 7th, Saraceno 8th, Quinn 9th, Bailiff 10th. You saw Jay Irwin there cross the line. He'll end up unofficially 11th as he leaps over Luke Powers and Eli Fox. Brent Cruz 14th, Ashton Henkel 15th. But A.J. Myers, well, you touched on it, Alex. The end of the weekends haven't been fantastic in 2025. The beginning of some have been. This is still, I think, going to outrank all of those. 2/10 to his teammate, nearly 3 full tenths to Morgado, and another 10th and some change to 4th on back. Let's go down to Simon.
AJ Myers, pole sitter here in Pro Stars at Quaker City Motorsports Park. We saw you pulled in after about 3 laps. Tell us, was that confidence in the pole position or just the tires going away?
There was confidence in it, but also a little nervy. You know, other people keep driving, but I knew that the tires get hot here quick. It's tough to, you can keep the pace, but to go faster at the end is really a stretch, so save the tires for tomorrow.
We saw most of your teammates opting to go with the same strategy. Was this a pre-planned event, or did you just go out and feel it?
I didn't tell them when to come in the pits. They kind of were all in line behind me, I think. One of them might have saw me come in. They got a good lap, too. They're like, all right, that's good. I think we did really good as a team there.
All right, and we know it's very hot here at Quaker City Motorsports Park, sweat dripping off all of the drivers. Tell us a little bit about the physicality here at this facility.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Now they have the Rhino seal. It's even grippier out there, so we're going faster than ever. And so high G's in the corner. We're throwing some bumps in there. You just kind of hang on and just manhandle the kart.
Any words for how the races will develop tomorrow?
Ooh, it's going to be tight racing. Just glad to have my teammates up there with me and just keep it in the front.
Well, congratulations and best of luck in the motos tomorrow.
Thank you.
AJ Myers, pole sitter here in Pro Stars.
AJ Myers was on top at Newcastle up until the end, and here is Adrian Renedin, not happy with Osley Cheek, who again was doing everything he could in a very awkward part of the racetrack to try and get out of the way, but the Velocity Racing Sodi driver was still less than pleased on that final lap. Who knows what he may have been tracking for, but provisionally he'll have to start from the 6th position back on the outside of row 3 and a good ways back from what could be a surprise championship effort. We talked to him at Newcastle, Alex. That was not part of the plan on the year. That was a last-second add-on. I have to imagine this weekend, off the fact of last weekend going so well, that, well, with a drop, he could steal this title.
Well, here's the biggest thing. I think part of the frustration you just saw from Renedin is the points that we've been making all day long, where this racetrack is a little bit trickier to pass on, especially in the gear box categories, right? So if you're Adrian Renedin, you know that, listen, the pace is there. You're rolling off row 3, you probably would be decently happy if you were at a place like Newcastle. But here at the likes of Quaker City, the unknown is the racing, right? I mean, yeah, you've had chances in practices to kind of get around guys and see where you can and can't pass, but I think especially knowing how quick the Magic guys have been, first, second, fourth, the roll-off here, if you're Reneden, who knows what he was tracking for in that final lap. But again, I think part of the frustration there is just knowing that, listen, he might have been on for a better lap than what 6th shows here, and 2, the passing is going to be a little bit trickier, I think, for the shifter guys.
Still, though, Adrian Reneden was one of the only drivers that could get around A.J. Myers at Newcastle. If there's anyone that knows his way around a shifter kart with all the experience and accolades that the former European champion has to his name, I would put a bet on him to be one of the best drivers to move through the grid. Even from 6th, it'll be tricky, but that's still better than some. Charlie Steins ends up 7th. Vincenzo Saraceno, even with the off and the moment, will provisionally end in 8th. Ian Quinn in 9th. Gavin Bailiff in 10th. But Wild Thing is going to make it a Magic Kart front row. Simon Sykes is down with Andrew Boydeshow.
Andrew, P2 here in Pro Stars, teammate on pole. How does it feel to have a 1-2 for the Magic team?
I mean, it feels kind of normal, to be honest. I'm not surprised. I mean, everyone kind of sucks, you know, so I just show up and I do my thing and put everyone in their place.
Well, a lot of confidence and a lot of pace in those Magic Karts. Tell us what it's like to learn the track so quickly and have to roll straight into qualifying without all the testing beforehand.
I mean, send it, you know, have a pair and send it.
Is that the plan for the races tomorrow, or is there anything else in mind?
Well, yeah, I'm going to beat AJ. That's the plan. Once I get to the lead, I'm just going to maintain, you know, so I don't get too tired. And we'll see how it works from there.
Well, that's Andrew Boydeshow for you. No team orders under the Magic tent. Should be some exciting action tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Thanks, Simon. Andrew Boydeshow, always one to entertain, and man, will it be fun to watch him get to start from the clean side of the racetrack alongside A.J. Myers. Those two have been having a lot of fun over the years, and I know A.J.'s missed his brawling buddy, as Andrew has been extremely busy, both with the growth of Magic Kart and a number of outside the racetrack activities and things that have taken him away. A big focus, as many have done everything in their path and way to stay involved. It's great to see him back. Good to see a smile on his face. Can't say the same, unfortunately, for last round winner Adrian Reneden, obviously frustrated, but a P6 still for the Velocity Sodi driver.
Adrian, winner of our last event, P6 here in qualifying. Tell us how it went.
The pace from the beginning is good on this new track for me. Unfortunately, I get some traffic in the last lap. I have really better lap on this one, so I'm really not happy about this last lap because it's not my fault, you know. But the pace is good for the heat, so I'm confident for the heat.
So a lot of confidence in this package. Obviously not a lot of testing time here, but feeling like you're getting up to pace?
Yeah, the pace is going great. All the session we are P2, P3, so everything is good. And even in the last race, I make a P5 in the quali and can win in the final, so quali is not more important.
Well, best of luck tomorrow. Adrian Reneden, a little bit of traffic in quali, but feeling confident for tomorrow's races.
The good news for Adrian, no points paid in quali and only 50 apiece for the motos. It's 200 markers plus the entries for the big one on Sunday. So there's plenty of time to get himself in a better spot to fight from if the pace is as good as it sounds like from a very confident Velocity Racing Sodi driver. Another weekend where they have rolled off the truck very well, Alex. Final takeaways here from Friday afternoon, a sunny and a hot one here in Salem, Ohio.
I think from what I spoke to the Burrell Art crew this morning versus now, I think they have some work to do overnight. I mean, Mateus P3 at 3/10 back, but you look further down to Ian Quinn, Jay Irwin, Gavin Bailiff 9th, 10th, 11th. Obviously Irwin had the off on lap number 1. That's the second time he's gone off and hit the tire barrier in 4 sessions today. So Jay's got a couple of things to work on. I think the entire Burrell Art crew's got things to work on. And for Magic Kart USA, you can't take your foot off the gas, right? You know the pace is good, a 1-2-4, but you know the rest of the crew's coming after you.
AJ mentioned he pulled in early to save the tires. That's been the big focal point for them. The speed's never been a question. Will it hold? Lengthy mains await, but before we get there, it's a full Saturday of action for all divisions. We'll kick things off tomorrow. Free coverage once again with warm-ups, qualifying for the support divisions, motos for the pro show classes, and heat racing for the support classes as well. For Alexander Searle, Emery Latta, Simon Sykes, and our incredible production and media crew here this weekend at our first ever live day from Quaker City Motorsports Park. We'll see you tomorrow morning.